Oh, and we are on, mate. And you have the twins. It's your boy Yuck Mouth, the host with the most Culado smoke with my twin.
Hey man, Goose the Great, the best thing to happen to a woman since the straightening comb, and we are the
The
Wonder
Wonder
Twins.
Twins, man. Activate, man. Everybody in the building. It's time to activate, man. Drinks in the sky, baby. You know how we do this thing. Pure activation on the late night side of the game. Activate. Ah, toast for the most. You feel me? I'm
Yeah,
still
hold on.
kind of. I'm sorry. Still kind of tipsy from last night.
Okay,
I went
let's
to
talk about
Snoop,
last night. What you do last
Snoop
night, brother?
Snoop Dogg album release party. Is it a crime? Yeah, the album
Okay,
release party at the compound.
okay,
Everybody and their mama was at that motherfucker, man. I seen all the old school. I met the Top again. I met Top, TDE, took a picture with him. You know what I mean? Dapped in, got his number and shit.
okay.
Um, it was just hella politic, and I think I just got a new motherfucking deal, a hookah deal, all types of shit, man. It was just so much politicking and networking, man. Everybody was there, nigga. You name it, Battle Cat, Bone Thugs and Harmony, um, the East Siders, Daz and Corrupt, you know what I mean? Everybody was in that motherfucker. You name it, man. All the LA rappers, all the dope LA niggas, the young dudes that I don't even know all their names, but nigga, they was in that motherfucker, man. It was a movie, you know what I mean? Speaking of movie, Snoop played a movie, got the Is It a Crime movie, you know what I
Okay.
mean? That he played, the Dog Pound performed. Yeah, it was a movie, man. Like everything was free, man. The drink was free, nobody had to pay nothing. And the album is called Is It a Crime?
Okay.
So the waiters, you know, had on jail outfits. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Sexy jail outfits. You know what I mean? They was in the bars. They had the motherfucking bars, the cage with the bars with the girls dancing it with the jail shit on, with the police shit on, and
Okay.
then the men, the bartenders had on orange jumpers. Orange, like they in a joint, you know what I mean?
Right.
Orange cellmate jumpers. You feel me? So is it a crime? They had the whole thing going with it. Had free
Yeah.
hookah, free drink, free everything, man. Snoop know how to lay that motherfucker out. And since the last time I've been to the compound, it's like he added some extra shit to it because it's big as fuck now. That
Okay.
motherfucker big as shit. It got a different entrance, all types of shit. Like that shit big as shit. You
That's
know what I
dope.
mean? Like it was
So let
different from when I went to his birthday party, where we was able to walk straight in. Now it's a whole nother area. He done built two little club areas, and then you got to walk into that space that we walked in when he had his birthday party, the Players Ball. But yeah, that motherfucker was popping. Snoop was in that motherfucker. Everybody was in that thing, man. It was lit. I was
so
lit,
shout
man.
out to Snoop, man. Congratulations on the new album, Snoop.
Big shout out to Snoop. The new album banging too. The new album is banging, man. It's way better than Dr. Dre album. It's more slaps, you know what I mean? It got the funk, it got the shit on it. You know what I mean? That shit
Yeah, I
that
heard
you
he really
put Snoop
rhyming
on.
too, like rhyming.
Oh, he rapping his ass off too. He never
Right.
stopped. Even on the Dre album, he rapping his ass off. It just the beats. Then you know what I mean? The beats weren't copacetic. It was a couple songs on there that was straight. But
Right.
the whole album as a whole was like it was a lot of skippers. You know what I mean? You don't want niggas to be skipping on your album. You want nigga to play it from beginning to end. So I think he got one that you could play from beginning to end right now. With this is it a crime, man?
Okay.
Nice motherfucking album. Oh, I met Jane Hancock. She from the Bay, right? That Snoop Dogg artist from the Bay. She sing and rap. She dope as fuck. Like Snoop putting up bread for her. So I got her line. She trying to work, you know what I mean, on City of Dope and shit. She said it'd be an honor and a pleasure. And she live out here. So she said as soon as I hook up the studio time, she gonna pull up. So big shout out to Jane Hancock. If you
What's
know,
up,
you
Jane?
know. You listen to them Snoop albums, you know that voice, man. She on this album. I mean,
Okay.
yeah. So you know,
That's dope.
October, all the motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Everybody was there, man. It was a family affair, man. Seen all the players in that motherfucker, man. Percy invited me, and Percy wasn't even fucking there.
Wow.
But his people was in the building, you know what I mean? That's all that count. But
Yeah.
everybody was in that motherfucker. It was just a family affair, man. Period. You know,
Okay.
at the
Um.
compound.
Yeah. I mean, once again, congratulations, Snoop, Death Row, and Death Row affiliates. Congratulations on the new
Guys,
project.
I'm on live. I'm on live. I'm on live. I'm on live. I'm on live.
That nephew.
Yeah, I'm on live.
Find the photos, please. Photo, please.
Not right now.
What's up,
Not
nephew?
right now. After I'm done, okay?
Okay, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
No,
An
that's
hour.
working.
I'm working in a minute.
An hour. Let me see an hour.
An hour.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, yeah,
And
hour
one-
nephew.
1 hour. Okay.
Okay, I got 1 hour.
Yep. 1 hour.
I
Okay.
got 1 hour.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
Hey, you know
Thank
he
you,
gonna
Jazz.
hey, you know he gonna hold you to an hour too. They don't.
Oh
play.
yeah, he got this shit on a timer. He
Hey,
put in a timer on his watch. He's coming
let me
back
tell
in an
you.
hour.
Hey, let me tell you something. They don't play, bro.
He's coming back in an hour. I'm about to give up this phone. It's all good.
No, what we're gonna have to do, we'll do 3 topics. So first, let's get
No,
the first person.
we keep it going. I just had to handle my phone and let him do what he do. We good.
Okay, first person to tap in was.
Oh yeah, man. Let's see who's tapping in, man. Let's see what's up with the committee, the nation, man. We got the boy Derek Frazier, man, from Bushrod, Oakland, and this motherfucker, man. He from the north, man. You feel me? Town business tapping in on the one time. You feel me? We got Shaniqua in this motherfucker, man. You
What's
feel
up,
me? We got the
What's up?
707 in this thing. You feel me?
What up?
Man. We got big old, the real Big Texas. You know he always in this motherfucker. Usually the first on the tap in. You're slipping, Big Texas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everybody in this motherfucker, man. You know what I mean? Everybody tapping in. United. Oh, what it say? Okay. I don't see AZ in this motherfucker. Okay. Yeah, I don't see nobody showing they tap ins and shit, but everybody in this motherfucker paid in full. I see you, boy.
What up?
Yeah, man. Alumni. CJ Rich. I see you, boy.
What up?
Bricks Liddy. I see you, boy. Yeah, everybody in this motherfucker. Richmond VA in this motherfucker. You feel me? Shanique would say, what up, though? The Gooch and Yucky. You feel me?
Make sure you guys hit the like.
Hey, man, and my apologies for not being on the content side of the game. I just been hella busy. The day before the Snoop shit, I went to a Dodger game for the first time.
Okay. Yeah. How you like our stadium? How you like Chavez Ravine?
Oh, man, I didn't even know it was downtown, bro. I've been out here that long and never been to the Dodger Stadium, my G.
Yeah,
my first Dodger game. That shit nice, man. That shit real nice. They played against the A's, too.
Yeah.
So I had to, as much as I wanted to wear athletics gear, I knew better. It's notorious. Back in the day, they notorious for them parking lot fights where niggas get stabbed up from the opposite team.
Well, here's the thing.
The
Dodgers don't like the Giants. You could warn the A's. You can't wear the Giants.
Ah, okay. See, I ain't know.
Yeah, don't wear the Giants. Yeah, don't do that one.
It's gonna I went. It's my first time, so I ain't testing it. I know they known for stumping and stabbing people out in the parking lot, the opposite team. So I'm wearing Dodger shit.
Now you know that you can wear your A stuff. Just don't wear the Giants.
Okay, the A's beat their ass too, like 9-1, like spanked them. You feel me? So I was happy. At the same time, man, a little security guard at the gate was pressing a nigga, man.
He did what?
Man, the motherfucking security pressing me, man. They wasn't even trying to let a nigga in that motherfucker, right? So I had a little Louis bag with me, right? My little bag. Right. They say I can't come in with the Louis bag now. We got a chauffeur. The nigga done drove off and everything. So they like, go put the shit up in the car. We like, the car gone. They're like, it's a stat. I mean, it's a locker you could put it in. So they pointing. I don't see no locker we could put it in. So we like, all right, call the little limo. We come back, put it up. Put this shit up, right? Right while we walking up to the same nigga. I told my nigga, like, bro, don't even go back to him. He already got an issue, my nigga. Do not go back to him. He like, he already checked this in. So let's go through him. I'm like, fuck. Somebody ahead of me has the same size bag and it ain't see-through. They getting in. I said, how's she getting in with a bag that ain't see-through? Now she had some kids. They was like 12 or 11 or 9. It wasn't no baby. You know what he said to me?
What?
It's a diaper bag. I said, oh man, you on some bullshit. And I said, now I'm coming in. I'm coming in through the gate. And I had a lighter. He said, you can't get in with the lighter. I said, all right, fuck the lighter. I threw the lighter on the trash. He said, oh, you're out of here. You said, fuck. You said, fuck. You can't curse. I said, bro, are you out, man? Are you fucking serious? I said, bro, I can't cuss. I'm a grown-ass man. Like, where do it say no profanity, bro? And I didn't cuss at you. I said, fuck the lighter. Oh, you can't come in here. You got to go. I said, man, where's the motherfucking manager, man? Call the manager, man, because you're discriminating against me. I ain't do nothing, bro. I threw the lighter. You said I couldn't come in. I threw it in the fucking trash. What's the problem? Oh, man. Whoa. Well, I'm admit, though, I was kind of litty, too. We got lit before we hit that motherfucker. So I'm on full turn-up mode. I'm a little tipsy. We done drunk champagne and tequila, nigga. I'm turned, nigga. I'm extra high, extra drunk.
Right.
So I'm in this nigga face like, bro, man, what the fuck is up, man? Get your boss. So they didn't get the boss. They got the police. Bought the police. I tell the police the shit. Police come and say, yeah, he said you called him the N-word and you threatened him. I said, oh my God. I said, when did I call? I said, so I'm going to call a Mexican man a nigga. Are you serious? I said, no, I did not call him. I talked about a lighter. I said, fuck the lighter, and he got mad. Well, you can't curse. I didn't cuss at him. I said, fuck the lighter. Oh, well, you're not allowed here. I said, how am I going to get my ticket money back? He gave me a card. Said, you got to get off the premises. My nigga, you know, with the tickets and shit, his people, you know, got box tickets or whatever. So he came through the cut, you know what I mean? The box seat area, came through the cut, got us and bought us through the box area and bought me in through there. You feel me? On the other side of the arena. I had to walk through the lot to get on the other side. But yeah, that one, I'm like, why you even going through there, man? Let's go through another motherfucking entrance, bro. Like, it's hella different entrances. We ain't got to go through this motherfucker, man. So end up getting that motherfucker. I had the time of my life. That shit was fun as shit.
Yeah, man. Dodgers games are amazing, brother.
We had incredible seats. I think we was like we was at the bottom. Like I think we was about 6 or 7 rows from the ground. You know what I mean?
Right.
The field. So we was right there on the field. My nigga had great seats. You feel me? Great seats. First Dodger game. A's beat their ass. So I've been busy, man. More of the story. Tired.
Right.
When I did the show this weekend in AZ, nigga, we is up to like 4:30 in the morning. Me, Drew, RBL Posse, niggas smoking, can't smoke in the hotel. So niggas outside smoking on little patio and shit, talking all night, drinking and shit.
So Drew is out. Drew's home.
Yeah, Drew out. We bailed him out.
Okay, cool.
Yep, cool. Drew out. And so we up there talking for hella long. Then I got the flight, so I didn't get no sleep. So I've been damn near asleep for the last two days. Literally like this, eating big ass boss plates and then nodding off, boss plates, not off. And I've been trying to go live. I'm about to go live, got all the content. Fall asleep, just zap, my nigga. So excuse me, everybody, for not doing no content this week. We're gonna try to catch up with the Twinz, Smoke Like Radio. We couldn't do it yesterday because, you know, I was out partying like a rock star, you know what I mean, with Snoop Doggy Dogg. You feel me? Gooch, what you been doing, man?
Hold on, man. Let me turn this other light on. Damn, this motherfucker got hot as a motherfucker.
That
well, you know, yeah, hold on. Keep talking. Hold on.
Yep. So I had a long ass week, y'all, and I've been I've been having the content loaded up. I done fell asleep on this motherfucking couch like 2 or 3 times, about to go live, and then kick back, try to take a little power nap, and be sleep for hours. Wake up, nigga. Let me go upstairs and go to sleep. You know what I mean? Period. So yeah, I've been trying to go live. I just been falling the fuck to sleep, literally on the job. It's like right here, passing out on their ass. So my bad, y'all, but I'm here. You know what I mean? Me and my twin getting it in, man. Activated. If y'all activated in that motherfucker, put that activate in the chat, man. Put that activate in the chat if y'all activated. You feel me?
Well, this past weekend, we did the 5150 Ontario. You know, we do Ontario every year.
Oh, yeah. How was it?
5 shows. Oh, man, it was crazy. All the shows were sold out. So
I did 5 shows in one weekend?
Yeah, 5 shows.
So what, 2 shows a day?
He did 2 on Friday, 3 on Saturday.
Damn.
Yeah. So that was amazing. Had a great weekend. Now here's the funny part. We were me and Corey were going to the mall to buy some gear, and he didn't know I could cry like a baby, right?
Right.
So
he didn't know you got that.
No, man. So this is funny. So out of nowhere, he says, I want to bring somebody to the stage that everybody knows. I'm going to bring my man Gooch the Great to the stage. So they're like, Gooch. He said, man, Gooch, you know they have the new abortion clinics now, right? I said, no. What about them? He said, they got the new abortion clinics to where they suck the baby out. You get the abortion and the BBL. It's 2 in 1. They said they suck the baby out and put the remains of the baby in the ass. I said, really? He said, yeah. So this is what happens when they suck the baby out and they put the remains in the ass. When the bitch sit down and say, I'm like, and I did that. It went crazy.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. That was fun. So shout out to Corey, man. Shout out to Darlene. Shout out to Phil. Shout out to the whole crew, man. The whole crew. Yeah, that's everybody, man. It was a couple comedians up there with Mr. Coleman was funny. Flawless was funny. So yeah, everybody, man. Shout out. We had a great weekend, man. So it was good, man.
That's what's up, man. See, I seen you been out. You damn near like a 5150 co-host. Nigga, you damn near like the new Marcus. He about to bring you up there and start doing dance steps and shit, singing and rapping and shit, everything. Corey like that a little it shit damn near like a when he had Marcus and what's that nigga name that used to wear them got wild ass glasses? Precise. When he had them two niggas, they was like the Commodores or the Temptations up there. They had the suits on, they dancing and shit, singing and shit, and they doing comedy, my nigga. So I can see you up there doing some type of skit with the nigga.
Hey man, that nigga he got a song he did this weekend. He premiered a song on stage. He had an actual band on stage.
Yeah, I told you he'd be doing the music shit. I'm telling you, you're gonna be up there. You're gonna be the rapper. You and Craig Fax.
Yeah, that was dope, man. Craig Fax was there. Craig Fax got on stage and rhymed. So it was just a good little, a good time, man. Real good time, bro.
That's what the fuck is up, man. Period, man. Well, shit, man. We got some content to get to, man. We got the Diddy trial going on. We got Tory Lanez got stabbed 14 times. You know what I mean? I know I'm late, but we still gonna speak on it. A lot of this shit I'm late on. Chris Brown arrested. We late, but we gonna speak on it. And we're gonna speak on these culture vultures, trying to destroy hip-hop from within, from the streets on up to the industry. You know what I mean? So we're gonna touch on a few topics tonight, man. Where you want to start, man? Diddy trial, Tory stab, but where you want to go with it?
Let's start with the Diddy trial. Let's start with Diddy, man. Let's start with Diddy.
All right, we're in a channel to like to read motherfucking paperwork and shit. That ain't our type of channel. We don't read paperwork and shit, but I'm gonna take you to the guy that got it's a dude, and this nigga is a rainbow too, but he just breaks the shit down. He went to court and he just breaks the shit down without having to read line for line, but he was there and he just regurgitating what happens without saying, hey, well, Diddy said, he said, she said, she said. I don't want to hear that shit. Okay. So we can start with that. But I want to start with the lawyer first. This is a professional lawyer and what he has to say about it. And once he speaks, then we could go from there. But I want you to hear what this lawyer have to say about the case, because I feel exactly what the fuck this lawyer is saying. Period.
Okay, let's do it.
And yeah,
let's do it.
The lawyer said he about to walk, basically, and he's about to explain why. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
They're talking about has anything to do with RICO. Okay, domestic violence state case. This is not a RICO case.
Bingo, flamingo. In a RICO case, you need co-defendants, right? Why is he the only person arrested in a RICO?
Right.
Let's go, y'all. Fair use. Let me speed this shit up a little bit. The little turbo Beyonce on it. We good. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
And everybody, first question: could you leave? Were you told you had to be there? As opposed to, and you mentioned that great piece you did about Mexican about cartels. Those people are trafficked. You want to talk about traffic? Mm-hmm. Traffic, threatened. They can't leave. Kidnapping. These were parties. Where were these other people?
Oh, he said.
First of all, number one, 3 charges. What do you think Diddy's charged with? 3.
He is not charged with being a freak. He's not charged with loving baby oil. And he's definitely not charged with domestic violence, which seems to be the focus and the sensationalism that everybody's putting on this case right now, right?
3 charges.
It had to do with weapons, if I
recall. We start. Not beating up Cassie, not having a party, not using baby oil, not being not having escorts do undonism and forms of urolagnia. I'm going to keep this in. No. See, that's great for TMZ and Harvey Levin. Mm-hmm. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy for allegedly running a criminal enterprise. So when you hear something, when you hear a fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise?
He brings up an excellent point there. Like,
Ghost, do you feel where you're going?
Man, I feel the same way. It is not against the law to be a freak. If that case, then I should be serving life. You should be serving life. Every nigga that got some change and did ecstasy or some type of hallucinating drug or drink should be doing life right now.
Yeah, it's getting sticky. They try to arrest this man for having wild sex and swinger parties and, you know, doing drugs at his house.
Yeah,
anyone caught with the drugs. The same shit, ketamine, the same shit that Elon Musk is off in the White House, and they trying to say it's natural. Elon Musk take ketamine all motherfucking day. Now they saying that Puffy is doing ketamine now, it's illegal. Like, come on, man. It's different strokes for different folks, man. Elon could do ketamine all motherfucking day, pull out chainsaws and shit on the stage and wear weird ass hats and shit, act like a big ass kid, doped up. But now Diddy do it. Now it's illegal. All right, got it. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
Are we seeing exactly what Diddy is being charged for in all the coverage of that's what's happening? We're getting all the details and the rundowns. Of course, Cassie's being cross-examined right now. We're hearing all this story, but are we getting down to the core of what Diddy is actually being charged with? Let's hear that one more time.
In fact, ask yourself, where is the criminal enterprise? That's number one.
Where's the criminal enterprise? The RICO.
Sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion. Was Cassie the only one I'm hearing about so far? We're going to hear about others. Was she forced into this? Could she leave? Do you think she made any money from this? Did she benefit? Was anybody actually held, kidnapped for it? I don't know. That's number two. And third, my favorite, transporting individuals across state lines for prostitution. This is the white slavery statute of 1910, the Mann Act.
Crazy.
This is what. So whenever you hear somebody talk about this, whenever you hear this, you got to ask yourself, where are these charges? That's number one. Number two.
And that Mann Act is the exact thing that they got R. Kelly on. A law that was created, 1911, to prosecute Jack Johnson, the boxer, Jack Johnson. And I know his name has been coming up a lot recently. He received a pardon during the Trump administration, I believe. But this law is now being reenacted and used on our modern day celebrities, Diddy being one of them. It's a few things we're hearing in all these celebrity cases. Young Thug, RICO, R. Kelly, RICO, Diddy, now RICO, and Mann Act. So I brought this up in a previous video. Like, they're trying to now say that transporting women across state lines, having a relationship with a woman. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened here with Cassie, because obviously there was some other stuff going on. But transporting women across state lines, that includes your basketball players and NFL players that are flying these women all around the world. The flyouts. Isn't that transporting across state lines? That's why I said this is a slippery slope. And we're now seeing an abuse of these two things, these two statutes. There's an abuse here, and we're starting to see these trends pop up more and more. So Lionel's cooking right now. Let me let him keep going.
Let's go, Lionel.
Two. Let me tell you how he could walk. First, load up before you begin with the court filing copious motions in limine, meaning, judge, do not let this, and this in, and pray to God the judge denies them all. Thank you. I am creating the record on appeal. Thank you, Judge. Number two, stand up and object to everything. What does Cassie have to do with trafficking? In cross-examination, Ms. Ventura, were you trafficked? No. Could you have left?
Well, she says he had some texts, he had some sex videos, he was threatening to release. Yeah, I mean, again, that's against.
You heard that? That dude says, so what?
That's not trafficking.
So what?
That's blackmail.
This isn't just anybody. This is an attorney speaking. Now, of course, there's other attorneys that have other opinions, but so we got to really start thinking about this. Like, is this something that, and I don't know if the defense is going to be able to build this case. Obviously, it's still early. I think they're going to be in there 8 weeks, potentially. This is,
I don't know, Shaniqua. We seen that video with that nigga taking a pee on little Kiki. I don't know, man. Kiki, do you love me? Oh my God. But look, the cold part, right? If R. Kelly had goddamn Cassie, he wouldn't have had to do none of that shit. The court filing is saying that Cassie loved golden showers. She's begging for them. She's begging for the golden shower. She's a wild one. Man, listen, man. And Diddy's so slick, man. I mean, listen, from what I hear, she set up all the escorts. You don't got Diddy calling for one escort. You got her hooking up all the freak offs. Even when he's out of town, I can't be there. She's hooking up a freak off, and he could just watch from the whatever camera, his phone device, while the cameras is on where she doing her 1-2. So sometimes he wasn't even there. She's still hooking up freak offs.
Yeah.
You busy? Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna hook it up. This is no, man. They destroyed her. The defense destroyed her. Oh my God. But let's keep it going. What you gotta say before we go, Gooch?
I think it's crazy that they have a man law. So it's against the law to be an alpha male. It's against the law to be a man and have things your way and fuck bitches and fuck multiple bitches. So what's the use of getting money and power if you have to live like the average person? What's the man act? I want to look into that later, but let's let this man talk. Fair use. Let's go.
This shit sound like he could walk. At the most, he gonna get domestic violence and shit. That's about it.
The feds cannot do domestic violence because that's not a federal case. They would have to refer that to the state. So they would have to let him go first and hope that the state
have to refile.
Right. But let's go.
He's out of this one, bro. I'm sorry. This ain't holding up. They gotta have something deeper than this. But let's go, y'all. Fair use.
Just week one, right? After all the trials, the jury selection and all that stuff. But are they going to be able to build this case that this one man is a organization, a racketeering organization? That's what they would get the mafia for. Like I love watching old mob documentaries, where they talk about the history of the mafia and the La Cosa Nostra, when they show, they show what was going on back in the day. That's what they were doing.
My nigga, the whole RICO was made because of the mafia. They couldn't get them niggas because they only could get the underboss, not even the underbosses. They could only get the workers. So since they can't get the underbosses and the bosses, they made guilty by association, which is the RICO. So if they run with you, you did it too. Big Meech didn't get caught with not one bird, none of that shit. He didn't get caught dirty. His crew got caught, and he got caught up in a RICO. That's what they use to get you when you too slick. You too slick, and they can't get you, my nigga. You got understudies and underboss, soldiers and, working for you, allegedly. And they get caught up. Some of them fold. Some of them don't. But since they can't get the boss, they hit you with the RICO, the guilty by affiliation, all that type of shit. That's basically what the RICO is, guilty by affiliation. You don't even got to get caught doing a crime just because your crew did the crime. You got caught up too because you run with that crew. It's like the gang injunctions they giving people. You know what I mean? Just because you with that, you know what I mean? You getting swept up in that. Guilty by affiliation. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
Let's do it.
Those guys. So now you're saying Diddy has risen to the level of this, but with a successful career in the music industry as a producer, as a executive producer, as a artist, say what you want to say about Diddy's artistry, but he is a performer. When does he have time to run a criminal organization? That's what's really kind of confusing about this whole thing. And, like I said, the moral...
Gooch, look this up. I ain't never heard this. He said, somebody said domestic violence could carry up to life in New York. Is that true?
Okay, once again, whoever said that, listen, domestic violence isn't a federal offense. That is a state offense. The FBI doesn't come get you for domestic violence. The FBI doesn't come. That's not a federal offense. So
bingo.
Them playing all this, okay, he hit her, he kicked her. Then the local police department should have done. Then the LAPD should be doing with this because it happened in Los Angeles. This man is in a federal lockup in New York. Know the law, young man. And nobody's going to get life for beating a bitch.
Yeah, right, none of the cases even happened in New York. Everything was in Miami and LA. And it's some reason why, and it's a federal spot in LA and it's a federal spot in Miami. But some reason they having it in New York. Because they thinking that he got influence, over Miami and LAPD. So that's why. And then look, what niggas don't know, like everybody keep on saying, right? Oh, he did. Cassie's coming for revenge, man. Cassie didn't give a fuck about this nigga, man. Soon as this nigga won this motherfucking case with the liquor company, won that 100 million, the blitz was on. Alleged that the liquor company paid for the lawyer, and the lawyer got in contact with Cassie, and they proceeded with the procedures.
Right.
You feel me? Then that's when she got the 20 million, you know what I mean, off of him, the settlement. And then like a month after that, he get blitzed. Like, right after he do the settlement, a month after that, he get blitzed, and the rest, I mean, his houses get blitzed first.
Right.
You know, now they chilling into the summer. The summer he get blitzed in New York, and they take his ass to jail. So yeah, my nigga, like it's ugly, bro. Period. Like at the end of the day, when he got hit in Miami, when they blitzed in Miami and blitzed in LA, it was the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearm. It wasn't the ATF. I mean, it wasn't the DEA, it wasn't the FBI, and it wasn't the federal task force. None of that shit. It was the ATF. Now, what do the ATF got to control that comes through the borders? You know what I mean? Liquor, tobacco, liquor, and tobacco. So who would they have a deal with if you have a $60 billion company? Who would they have to deal with to get their product through? The ATF, right? But if you got 60 billion, what type of influence you got on the ATF if you got 60 billion? Allegedly.
A lot. And for the man that left that comment, they don't have anything in the feds called the HAB, which would be hit a bitch. They don't have that. So, you have the FBI, the DEA, Secret Service, CIA, but they don't have an ATF, but they don't have an HAB, a hit a bitch. So, no, let's get back to the content. Fair.
Yeah, man. The ATF hit him. So if the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms hit him, I wouldn't doubt if the alcohol company has something to do with it. I'm just throwing that out there. Allegedly. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
Police and people are going to be on you for believing. You got to believe. You got to believe what they say. But I'm always skeptical of people who just want to make you believe what they want. You know what I'm saying? So I think Diddy is he's actually got to hit his defense team, and he got some hitters. He got Brian Steele. He got Garagos. Mark Garagos' daughter. I hate to call her that. I forgot her name. But and Agnifilo.
Reem, get your ass up in here, man. You the motherfucking federal. Reem done been to the feds, man. All that shit, man. Reem just got out, man. Reem, come talk some shit, man. If you want to get in here and do your 1-2 and tell us, break the case down, man.
Hold on, Reem, do me a favor. Come in here and hold down my twin, because I got to switch phones. I'm on 1%. So I'm going to wait till Reem get in here, then I'm going to switch phones and come right back. Come on,
Reem, hit that link right quick, man. Let's talk some shit. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
Right? So his team is strong, and they're basically going to make the case that this man couldn't possibly do these things. Say something that,
once you put this into perspective, do you think maybe we could go back in life and look at the Stones, the Beatles, the Doors, the Who, Led Zeppelin? Remember the Led Zeppelin stories?
All those bands.
Who had their own versions of freak off parties, roadies. Remember the Plaster Casters, Sweet Sweet Connie, the whole notion of groupies, and this is the most convoluted story so far. And you better, if this is where they're going, because you want to start off with your best stuff first. You don't want to lead into something. Never lead into something, because you got to anticipate the judge could say, I don't want to hear any more of this. But judge, I was leading into this. Sorry.
That's a good point. Is this the best that the state has, or the feds have? Is this the best stuff that they have leading right up front with Cassie up front? And I'm going to tell you, it's an unpopular opinion. Cassie was down with some of this. Like, if you listen to her testimony, and we'll get into that hopefully a little later if I can find it. Everything's all confusing on my computer right now, but you got to forgive Unc. I'm Unc now. That's crazy. But Cassie was very much a participant in this. And I know they want to paint her as a victim, and she is entitled to that. There is a line where you can say no. There's so much positivity and in these text messages that she wrote that are talking about, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the FO, freak off. Freak off is crazy.
Yeah, but I like what the lawyer said. What about the wild rock and roll freak offs? What about the wild pop star freak offs? What about the wild white actor freak offs? Like it's legendary. We done heard about some of the old school, man. Fuck it. What about the Playboy freak offs? What about Hugh Hef?
I gotta say this,
Courting young chicks and shit, and seeing pictures when they 18 and tell them to come to the mansion, and you know what I mean, all that type of shit. Like he was getting young chicks.
I gotta say this: when your paper is right, and this is what Diddy is proving, when your money is right, you can make bad bitches perform like ugly bitches. Like usually, ugly bitches get tossed up and peed on. When your paper right, you can make a drop dead bitch be the same thing.
Swinger parties, man. How the man getting arrested for swinger parties, my nigga? And then with that whole sex trafficking, flying somebody in to pay him for prostitution. Okay, so what about Bang Brothers when they fly talent in from Miami? I mean, from Houston or New York or LA or what have you to do these porn scenes, pay them and fly back. What about when Adam 21 Jump Street fly his porn stars in to have sex with them and film content and send them back? What is that then?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same exact shit.
Reem, we need you to hurry up. I'm at 1%.
It's all good. I got you, bro. You can tap out. I got this.
Okay. Be right back.
Get your charge on. But yeah, man, there go Reem right here. He tapped in right in time. Reem, what's up with you, Playboy?
I'm saying you can sit down, nigga. Yo.
What's up with the Playboy?
Same shit. How you, man?
Man,
you recovered?
The paper is straight, man. I missed you last time you came out. You'll be busy as fuck when you come to the coast.
Hey, listen, man. I'm supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga supposed to have some shit to do though. But I called you. Niggas was going I hit you up.
Try to see I was on my way out of town and shit. But yeah, at the end of the day, bro, what you gotta say about this shit, man? Do it sound like he gonna walk, or does it sound like they could charge a nigga for freak offs and baby oil and drug uses at his house?
All right, so I'm gonna just give it to the quote unquote legal framework of what they're trying to do. It's basically saying he forced or coerced or used the influence of his record label and his organization to get into, impressionable young woman, a 19-year-old. That's how they gonna frame it. That's how they coached her. I was 19, I was impressionable, get on the stand, say things like this, but it's a lot of contradictory shit. You know what I'm saying? Like she had I was jealous, you know what I'm saying? I was jealous of other women, I'm gonna kill you to another person, you know what I'm saying? So her character is in question, you know what I'm saying? Like the defense is doing good with her character. And I felt like a lot of people I told, like, she gonna be the reason why he walked. Because I always felt like it was a play to take him out of the election game. Because, Diddy vote or die. So, y'all took Epstein, we gonna take y'all Diddy off the board. And just get him out of here, you know what I mean? For the time being, we let him back out when that time comes. But as far as like the RICO charges and all that type of shit, they're saying that's a crime. To coerce by threat. The ATF players, the nigga had guns. You know what I'm saying? Like in the case and what they talking about, the nigga had some guns and the ATF gonna come, right? Anytime guns is involved, the ATF, the FBI is a joint task force. You seen Homeland Security came in because they deal with human trafficking. So they gonna also
ATF and Homeland Security at that motherfucker.
Yeah, they gonna pop up because they deal with anything called trafficking, whether it's drugs or humans. The motherfucker Homeland Security gonna be in that motherfucker.
Okay.
They're gonna be the ATF gonna be anytime a gun is in play, the ATF gonna be in that motherfucker as well.
Right.
Because that's they shit. So she testifying that she saw guns here. So all of the shit that there's a reason why she talking about other shit. Suge Knight, niggas wanted to go do this allegedly and go do that. You saying he running a violent organization. He's a head of a organization that whether the nigga's high or not, niggas is listening to him and facilitating his criminal activities. So whether it's a murder plot, get drugs to a party, yeah, we could say the nigga freaky, and is that, but the story that they telling, because it's a way that the feds work. When a state nigga indictment time come around, we at the grand jury with our lawyers or whatever the situation is when it comes to be indicted. And the feds, you don't even see the grand jury. You don't even see the grand jury minutes. There's the prosecutors, the judge, jury, and executioner. So it's a guaranteed indictment. You don't know what they told them people to get you indicted in the first place, but there's nobody there. You don't get to present your story or your case. The indictment is sealed, and then when they ready to arrest your ass, they unseal it. I seen why he in New York, because they saying this spans from state to state. Bad Boy has significant holdings in the state of New York, shit like that. They gonna put the Fed. That's how the feds play. That state lines. Once you play them state lines.
Can I ask you a question? Where is Lil Durk locked up at?
He's locked up in LA.
Right, because his case is in LA, right? So why is Puff, his cases is in Miami and LA, but he's in New York? That's different, bro. So they trying to watch this nigga. They put him in the most strictest federal court system that there is. You know what I mean?
Nah. My case came out in New York.
It did. No. That building that he at, yeah,
that shit a cakewalk.
Okay,
MDC,
so look,
MDC Brooklyn is a cakewalk.
So look, peep this out. I ain't talking about the living condition. I'm talking about just having to fight that case. But peep this. I'm gonna say the all the criminal shit when you're trying to paint him as a bad man is out the window, because now it's he say she say, and then the only real bad man talk that we got on there that is documented is Cassie making a death threat to somebody that was threatening to release some footage. Some sex tape, and she talking about she could have somebody ooh-op or whatever, and whoop, whoop, whoop. So that is the only thing that was recorded. Her making a death threat, not Diddy. She had to prove this.
Yeah, she had to prove this.
Shanico, let me say something. Somebody. Let me say something. One man Rico.
What up?
So I see the time with one man Rico, right?
Yeah. Go look up. There's a dude named Biz from the A-Trade Gangster Crips in New York, right? He's a one-man Rico. They said he killed somebody, which was actually self-defense. It's the case I'm working on, but it's actual self-defense. They say he killed somebody to further himself in the organization and to maintain control of the organization. But he is the founder of the organization on the East Coast, so there's no other step for him to go. But he's the only person on a Rico case. I'm the only person on an 11-count conspiracy. But like I said, the Second Circuit, I won 3 appeals in the Second Circuit. I went to trial twice in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals where Diddy at right now. It's not, if he was in someplace like Texas, Florida is another one that's real bad. And Cali and New York is, if you want to get your shit overturned, you got the most action out of them federal circuits. Other than that, you're gonna get roof elsewhere. He might win on appeal, he might get pardoned, but that nigga going to jail.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna be for the sex trafficking. It ain't gonna be for the Rico. It ain't gonna be for none of that shit.
It's gonna be for. It's easy to convict somebody on the Rico because all they had to say was, "I was able to tell such and such to go do such and such, go get the baby oil." To go,
that ain't illegal, my nigga. To get baby oil and to have sex with baby oil is not illegal.
Having sex with baby oil is not illegal, but flying a woman out is illegal.
How, my nigga? If the porno companies do it every day to make money, the porno companies fly talent out. Same shit.
They're not coerced into doing it. It worked. I'm gonna tell you now. If I'm his lawyer, it worked both ways.
My nigga, if I'm flying somebody in to get paid, how the fuck if I'm coercing you, if I'm paying you, that don't add up.
So if it's for the purpose of sex, right? And I know that you either got a pimp or I'm telling you, like, come get this money, because what they call that shit is undue influence. So
hey, look,
because I got,
and then one more thing. She booked everything. He ain't calling that one escort. She did it.
Yeah.
So there's
I got
another
the power. I got the power to tell you to book him.
Oh my God, my nigga. She was talking about, he's busy. And she like, fuck it, I'm still gonna hook it up. And I'm gonna do this. And she was at nigga. She is a freak, nigga. She like getting pissed in the mouth. She like it in the butt. And man, she's a wild one, my nigga. She talking about she want that big black swipe, all that shit on them text messages, my nigga.
Listen,
talking about one last
nigga
said, puppy said, let's have one last freak off. She said, I want to, they don't never be the last. They want to be the first and forever. She was sprung on this nigga.
I hear what you're saying, right? And that might be the reason why he might walk, because people like she was into it too, right? But when they saying at 19 she wasn't on that type of time, he introduced her to drugs, right? Because we could look at every single pimping case, right? And I could tell you right now, ain't too many niggas could wake up and be like, I'm a pimp hoes.
What nigga is getting a RICO for introducing a bitch to Molly?
Listen, let me ask you a question, yo. How many niggas you know that got turned out to pimping?
How many niggas you know that got turned out to pimping by a broad?
But he wasn't pimping her.
Listen, what they're saying, right?
He was not. Hold on, Reem. Listen.
What they're saying,
Reem.
right?
Reem. He was not singing her out to make money for sex.
Listen, there's a different form of pimping, right? So if I'm using her,
listen, there's a different
blackmail
form of pimping, right?
What different form of pimping is it? You talking to a pimp?
Other industry
I don't care. Like you talking to a nigga that know the law.
You're talking to a man who won an award for pimping.
You're talking to a nigga that know the law.
So,
a lot of
currency, right, doesn't have to be cash.
So let's hear another form of pimping.
Currency, right?
It doesn't have to be cash. So
what did she get? But fuck, she got dick.
It don't have, so if he's recording this, right? And they saying, oh, he bringing other people to the party.
It don't have
to watch, like these white crackers.
Record,
right?
This, right? And they saying, oh, he bringing other people to the party.
If he's furnishing
like these white crackers
for people at a party,
that's not pimping.
If he's furnishing prostitutes,
it's still a part of trafficking. You
could be
soliciting is not legal, especially if you know they're being trafficked.
Okay, all right. Let's listen to what the lawyer got to say right quick. Let's go, y'all. Fair use.
I'm on a regular basis. That's all we're hearing about. Drug induced this. Somebody said they like the,
Let's get back.
Now, I've lived in New York City. I've lived in Los Angeles. I lived all over the place.
We good with that one.
Have you ever?
We good with that one. All right, we done with that one. Yeah, we back to regular business, man. I don't know, man. It's going from what I'm seeing and hearing, man. It sounds like he could walk, my nigga, because like you said, federal domestic violence ain't the federal charge. So that's all I hear is a motherfucker that like to beat people up and like to have wild ass swinger parties, drug infused swinger parties, my nigga. That's all I hear. I don't hear no human trafficking. I hear people that was participating, people that let shit go down, people that get beat up allegedly and didn't do shit, then call the police or nothing. I see a lot of cooperation. You know what I mean? Because them people was down with Diddy. Like, they down with the lifestyle, nigga. I want my record deal. I want this, that. So they kept their mouth silent. Now, all of a sudden, everybody, oh, he did me wrong. He did this. Okay, doing somebody wrong in a record deal ain't illegal. Sue me, nigga. Get your money. Get out the contract. It can't go for that. The only thing I say is domestic violence. That's all I see, my nigga. Doing drugs at your own house, unless you got caught with it, it's not illegal. You can't charge me for drugs already induced in my body, and you ain't caught me with the drugs. Period. Now you could say that the liquor was laced. You could say that the baby oil was laced. But if people come in here knowing that we turning up, nigga, we drinking laced Ciroc. You know what I mean? The oil gonna make you turn up. If you come into the after party, this ain't at the regular party. Puff is known for the best parties, the best industry parties. Everybody come out, the biggest, hottest names in the game, the biggest willers and dealers. It's like watching a motherfucking Trump inauguration. All the billionaires and billionaires is coming out to the Puffy party. From LeBron James to Jay-Z, Beyonce, everybody's there. I assume everybody don't go to the after party. Now, the people who do go to the after party, I assume they down with that. They want to take ecstasy. They want oil rubbed on them. They want to have sex. You know what I mean? They want to snort pink cocaine. They want to, you know what I mean, swing. You know what I mean? They want to do things like that. Or you wouldn't keep coming. You wouldn't be there, my nigga. The first time something happened to you like that, you don't go no more. If you keep on coming, you keep going and going and going for years and years and years and years. If this happened to you one time and you freaked out, cool, we got you. But you're continuing in text messages of you're participating and booking shit and saying you like shit. It's hard. It's going to be hard, my nigga. That's all I'm saying. It's going to be hard. It sounds like you liked it, and it sounds like that's his co-defendant. If it was a RICO nigga, she should be in the RICO because she booked up all the motherfucking talent and she was doing all the sexual acts. So
guess what?
A RICO for sex, it should come with her.
She could have signed a fucking immunity deal, right?
Right.
You feel me? So at the end of the day, they probably exchanged that because they had information on her. I'ma say, yuck, you know I be in LA, you know I be in some circles, my nigga. I'ma say, nigga, I know some shit about old girl that ain't, and her husband that ain't on the up and up. They on the same type of time, and they've been continuing that type of shit. I'm not saying that. R. Kelly went to prison. Bill Cosby went to prison, right? For drugging. If I introduce somebody to drugs and I use those drugs, it's a lot of P cases, a lot of pimp charges where these hoes get on a joint and be like, he had me on drugs. He coerced me. He put me under duress and had me doing shit in exchange for something of value. If I say to you, yeah, we know Diddy had all these parties, right? When the last time Diddy really had an influential music group, right? Since Biggie died.
Rick Ross, French Montana. They still part of Bad Boy. That was his next lineage. After
it's not the same as having Biggie. Like you see how Hove got the influence because
all right, let's say Jeezy. Still was the first nigga that had Young Jeezy, Dope Boys, Boys in the Hood.
Def Jam.
That put Jeezy on.
Def Jam. But them crackers ain't counting that bag. For Diddy to have these, what I'm saying is Diddy got a special relationship with them crackers.
Right.
Right or wrong.
We know that.
Right? We know them crackers probably turned the nigga out. Right?
Allegedly. Absolutely.
Allegedly. Right? So he get a special type of treatment. He facilitates shit for them. Whatever.
Look who he's under, man. When he signed to Arista, Clyde Davis just now came out the closet, right? He just now claims that he liked both, right? Allegedly.
That's what I'm saying. Right?
So if you up under this man and he's giving you everything that you need, like, come on, man, it got to be something going on.
I know if I'm facilitating prostitution, right, and sex acts, and they traveling across state lines, I'm soliciting, right? So it's still a crime on my behalf. Now, if I'm doing that for Clyde Davis
on my behalf,
okay, Ring. Let me tell you the difference. Ring. Let me explain to you the difference. If I'm soliciting prostitution for them to go out and get money, that's bad. If I'm sending you money and I just so happen to have a private jet that you can fly on and come see me, that's not against the law.
Yes, it is. Paying for sex across state lines, moving across state lines, it's federal. It's affecting interstate commerce.
Paying for sex
right?
across state lines, moving across state lines, it's federal.
Mute up right quick, Gooch. All right, peep this out, right?
Right? Peep this.
Let me mute you, Gooch, because you got it. Okay, peep this, right? You said sex trafficking is when somebody brings the prostitutes past state lines, and then boom, that's sex trafficking. Cool.
It don't gotta be a prostitute.
But look, hold up, swell up. Shouldn't the prostitute be charged, not the customer? Because we just seen this with the Big U case. that the girls came down there, you know what I mean, to Vegas, to, you know, to do what they did, and the girls got charged, not the actual people that paid for it. So why is he getting paid, charged with the prostitution shit without the prostitutes getting charged? That don't add up.
Well, I'm gonna show you something. They exchange for cooperation, right? They won't charge more.
Nigga, the prostitutes need to get charged for sex.
Listen,
yeah,
the
fuck?
prosecutor, right? This is the thing about the government. The prosecutor has the right to prosecute what they want to. They don't have to charge everybody.
Why the girls in the Big U case get charged and not the people that were the customers? And now if Puffy and Cassie is the customers, why is Puffy getting charged and not the prostitutes? The prostitutes should be get charged prostitution and straight trafficking.
We can say, like how we spoke about it before, right? The parents in the R. Kelly case should have been charged along with R. Kelly, right? They ain't get charged. The prosecutor it's about the wording of the law. So flying anybody, right, for the purpose to engage in a sexual act, and I'm coercing you with money or threat or my power, is against the law. That
cute. That shit sound cute, but we know what the fuck is going on. It sound cute and very smart, but we know what the fuck is going on, bro.
That's how they gonna convict them, though. It could sound cute to you all it want.
Them of that, bro. In that case, they got to convict every president that has sex. People come through for their presidential parties.
Got the same charge. R. Kelly got the same shit.
I'm just saying, bro. That's not a RICO case, my nigga. That's prostitution. How can a nigga get, if you paying for it, how did the nigga that's paying for it get arrested and not the prostitute? I don't get it. Because how's the prostitute up there testifying, acting like a prostitute, didn't get paid, didn't come, didn't travel?
Is in a victim role. The person.
How the fuck are you a victim if you got paid?
Because they're
and volunteered to come to get paid. Nobody put you stuck. Look, you know what human trafficking is? When motherfuckers kidnap you in a van, they put you in the boxes and they take your ass to Mexico and have your ass in them sex trafficking things. That's what it is. You have no will. You got kidnapped. You have
one form of human
trafficking. Party at a party and just leave when you want to. You can't. Them niggas came and went as they please.
That's one form of human trafficking.
I'm just saying they came and went, my nigga. If you came to a party and had sex, my nigga, that's not, you came here and you left and then you came back. Multiple and kept coming back. Like, come on, man. Like, if a motherfucker went one time and felt violated, like, oh, that was the most disgusting shit ever, and I feel like, oh, I'm gonna foul, cool. But if you went hella times, like, my nigga, nah, let's stop it. It's what like you said, it's what the feds is putting on him. And they grabbing it, they subpoenaing everybody. And now when they subpoena you, you got to tell the truth. So it sounds like they telling the truth about sex parties. Oh, I was frightened because I seen him slap Cassie. Nigga, you got paid. Shut your bitch ass up. Oh, I was horrified. I couldn't get right. I couldn't do it. Shut your bitch ass up.
Gooch, how many prostitutes testify against pimps? They played a victim. The prosecutor used them as a victim of a crime.
They played a victim. The prosecutor used them as a.
Gooch, go ahead. Gooch, go ahead.
Gooch, go ahead.
Unmute yourself. Go ahead, brother.
Prostitutes testify against pimps all the time. See, but here's the thing. We have to use logic and common sense. I think on the jury, we have 8 men and 4 women. Any man that prosecutes Diddy for this is a homosexual. It's just no way in the world. If you have any type of testicular fortitude, you can prosecute a man for living his life. If it happens, it'll just, I wouldn't understand it. But as a man, there's no way in the world I'm gonna prosecute this man for fucking hoes. This is what we do. We fuck hoes. That's not against the law. Let me get a phone that doesn't have stat.
I'm gonna tell you this: if he get a RICO for this shit, boy, lock me up. Cause I had so many little ecstasy parties.
Shit, boy, lock me up. Cause I had so many little ecstasy parties.
I'm gonna tell y'all what Adam
I'm
said. Don't tell niggas. Don't incriminate yourself.
Don't tell niggas. Don't incriminate yourself on these people platform.
What'd you say? Say that again, because you was in the Matrix.
I said, do not incriminate yourself, right, on these people platform.
Oh no, man! I'm just saying. Back in the day, I used to pop X and have a little menage a trois with me and a couple chicks, but they was from LA. I didn't fly nobody in. None of that shit. I ain't pay nobody no money. We all agreed and we all did our 1-2. You feel me? So I'm just saying. Back in the day, you had some wild parties. Nigga, I ain't never had to pay for sex. Never. Never had to fly nothing in and pay for shit. That ain't the play. Nigga, I'm from Oakland. We don't pay for shit. Bitches pay us. We don't pay bitches. That ain't the play. And I don't think my swipe will even can ignite if I have to pay. I feel like a trick, my nigga. I ain't gonna even be able to perform. So that ain't even in my catalog. Strip clubs, yes. I gotta tip them, for doing their job. Like if they come to a concert, you gotta pay to get in to see me perform. So if I gotta pay to get in to see you perform, I'm gonna throw a couple dollars and appreciate your entertainment. You know what I mean? Period. Out of respect. But me actually paying for pussy, fuck no. Now I did it one time. And I had to experience it. And in fucking Amsterdam, red light district. We hit that bitch. You know what I mean? All of us. We all hit that motherfucker. Me, Drew, we all hit that bitch. All of us. One time for the one time. You know what I mean? Just to experience it. You know what I mean? We didn't smoke the weed in Amsterdam. Now we got to hit the red light district and turn up. So that's the only time I ever paid to play. You know what I mean? In the red light district. And that's legendary. Shit. Fuck that. We did the red light district. Drew Down was in that motherfucker all night. He stayed in that bitch. That nigga paid for multiple. It was a line going down a fucking hallway, down the steps. Because Drew had the baddest bitch in that motherfucker locked in. Period. So yeah, it happens. You know what I mean? But overseas, on some overseas shit. But that was the only time, my nigga. Other than that, bro, I'm yuck, my nigga.
Give niggas or what they be trying to do with these relationships is in somebody got more power than one. So yuck, like if I'm in a prison fucking a CO bitch, no matter what happened, they gonna say the bitch raped me. You feel me?
They're gonna say it's rape, right?
It's rape because
the CO, they're gonna say the CO raped you.
Exactly, because there's no consensual relationships in between staff and convict or
inmates, right?
Because they have that position of power. They're the authority. So once somebody got more leverage than a person, right, and that's established, and how you use that leverage to gain sex or anything like that, they're gonna say you have the dominant. This is the same shit with the Weinstein nigga. You understand what I'm saying? Like all these cases, they're gonna say you have the dominant power and you have the position to push your influence and get that shit done.
Just because I got money and I have swinger parties, now I got too much money that I force these people to have swing. What made you come to the mansion? How'd you get there? What made you leave your house knowing that I'm a dangerous person, allegedly, knowing that I beat up Cassie all day? You hopped on that plane and still came. You still came to the studio, came to the mansion. We still recording. We still chilling. And then the lights go out. Then the party go down. You still there. You don't leave. You see bottles of baby oil and shit popping out. You see pink cocaine start popping out. You see Molly's and shit and Ciroc with motherfucking Exy in it. And you don't leave. You stay there. All right, my nigga. And you keep coming. That's going to be hard to prove. That's all I'm saying. If it was a one-time thing, yeah. But multiple times and you there for months and years and shit like the producer nigga. Oh, man, he was with all this shit. Oh, I'm in the bedroom with him watching him get dressed. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing in the bathroom playing beats while he taking a shit? And why are you in like, come on, man. Or why he in the shower, you playing beats? Like, why you in the fucking bathroom while he in the shower? Playing beats. Bro, you know what the motherfucking shower, the moisture and the water and the motherfucking what this shit called? The fog or the steam?
Yeah, steam.
How to fuck up your equipment. How you got a beat machine and the motherfucker plugged up? with all the steam going through. Come on, man.
Now let me ask you this question: are they looking to take down Hollywood or Hollywood or whatever they want to call it? Like,
absolutely, absolutely.
Is this a power shift? You understand what I'm saying? That these niggas
absolutely.
Is because nigga, you know, nigga, half these bitches or half these niggas or whatever they call themselves go to LA and places like that looking for the opportunity, and there's predators out there taking advantage of them. You know what I'm saying? Because they willing to suck, fuck, do whatever to get in because they don't got no access. They willing to do some type of trade for some type of access. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's a life. I think everybody want to live a life. Gooch the Great, tap back in. I'm about to throw the link out for Gooch, man. He was in the Matrix and shit. I think he got to charge the phone up a little bit more. You know what I mean? But let Gooch tap back in. I think it's deep, man. We could talk about this shit for hours, man. This shit is deeper than Atlantis.
Actually, a funny nigga.
What you think about the case, though, the cross-examination with Cassie?
Oh, I think his legal team is doing a solid job exposing that tape. You know what I'm saying? Where she threatening people, you know, where she, like you said, a co-defendant. You feel me? Because she using her power to say, yeah, you better make something happen to that nigga. Don't let that nigga out your sight. She have that type of swag. She's threatening people. And like, bro, niggas be in these toxic ass relationships, bro, where they fight. It's the Rihanna Chris Brown situation all over again. You think Rihanna wasn't kicking Chris Brown ass in that motherfucking car? You think Diddy was the only one handing out punishment in that shit? She don't look like just the sweet, innocent type of girl that she's coming off the beat.
Bingo.
Oh, was J-Lo with the shit? You understand what I'm saying? Did the nigga say, a year into the relationship, he said, I like to watch, you know, my bitches get fucked. You know what I'm saying? All right, cool. Bitch, you could say no. You could say no. You have a choice. If you say, oh, I'm 20, I'm 19, and you know, the age difference, and he's Puff Daddy, and I gotta please him, and this, or what you don't do, another bitch gonna do. Well, if you ain't want to do it, let another bitch do it. Nigga ain't say he was gonna leave you.
My nigga, she, like bruh said, man, this woman was drinking urine, my nigga, and asking to drink urine, my nigga. Like, let's stop, bruh. She was with all the shit records. She was threatening to off niggas for sex tapes and shit, jump off tapes, freak off tapes. Like, come on, bro. She was with all the shit. I'm surprised she ain't in the motherfucking RICO, period. Because from what I hear, she scheduled everything. She hooked up everybody, called everybody, paid everybody. You notice that he kept his hands clean.
Immunity. You understand what I'm saying? They gave her that immunity from her charges because she could have got you.
Okay.
That's where the check, because if they find all that evidence, they like, oh, you a part of this shit. Remember, that threat, all this shit you doing.
So that everybody's wondering why she's there. She's there because she got immunity, because they could have charged her ass too. They you done got 20 M's, you done got 10 M's from the hotel, you done got 20 M's from Puff. Like, okay, right off into the sunset. But they said, nah, come in, check it out. We got you doing this, and this. We'll give you immunity if you testify. That's why I think she there. She didn't just volunteer to testify, my nigga. Like, nah, she there because she could get charged with the shit too, and they gave her immunity. That's what happened.
Said Shorty stayed. She said she stayed because she ain't want this to happen to nobody else. You feel me? Like when you say nut shit like that, that's some old nut ass shit. You stayed. Everybody in R. Kelly case got immunity and paid. That's how this shit goes. She's a government informant.
Bro, she got 30 M's, my nigga. Right off into the sunset. You got 10 from the hotel. You got 30 M&M's from.
That's what the government. That's what his lawyer should be asking her. Did she sign a deal? You see what I'm saying?
Like when she got that settlement, it was like, yo, you stopped talking about it. So how the fuck is she able to come to court and talk about it if she got a settlement not to talk about it? That's what's fucking me up right there.
His lawyers didn't ask about that settlement and say the details of the settlement. You see what I'm saying? Whether there's an NDA or a non-disclosure and all that type of shit involved. They ain't even go that far on her and say, yo, listen, let's ask this question. Let's ask her, did you sign a deal with the prosecution?
Who you talking about, Cassie?
Yeah.
Bo Rock, welcome to the show.
Thank you. You do know in federal court that it supersedes NDAs. Federal court subpoena supersedes NDAs. So regardless if she signed an NDA on a settlement, if she has a federal subpoena that supersedes that, just so you know. A lot of people be having niggas sign NDAs thinking everything is safe and sweet. That don't mean nothing when you are subpoenaed as a witness in a federal case.
Okay, there you have it. I'm wondering, like, how the fuck did she get paid to be silent and she's not silent? I want my money back. I need a refund.
Yeah, she couldn't. Silence was she can't go to the press. She can't do no interviews about it or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But if she's subpoenaed to get on the witness stand, she has to abide by that, NDA or no NDA.
So my question now is, why didn't his attorneys ask her, did the government give her a deal?
They didn't give her a deal because they actually.
But how do you know that?
Because it's actually been talked. It was actually just talked today about the fact that she should have made a deal or something to cover herself because she's implementing herself and making herself complacent in a lot of crimes that they're accusing him of.
But who is saying that?
Huh?
But who is saying that she's implicating herself and that she should have did a deal?
Lawyers that are observing inside the courtroom.
And that's what I'm saying. So if they're observing it, they don't know whether she did a deal with the DA or not.
Well, that would have to be information that would be privy to Puff's team.
Legal team.
Puff's team. Yeah, his legal team. And I think his legal team would make that known. You know, but it's no sense in it because here's the gist of it. This case has turned into a domestic violence case. This case has turned about the tape. This case is about, so far in the first 4 days, it's been about his relationship with Cassie. So far, their case, as far as a RICO case, is weak as water. If Don Richardson and the former manager, whatever his name is, Martinez or something like that, if they don't come with some absolute damning evidence that coincides a RICO case, because as it stands now, this is a domestic violence case that he's not being charged for. And this is what a lot of people are walking away saying. You even had some attorneys that got up and walked out the courtroom, you know what I'm saying, on during Cassie's 3rd day of testimony, because they like, okay, we came here to cover, you know what I'm saying, a RICO case. So far, we are covering a Puffy and Cassie domestic violence case, which he's not being charged for. We need to see, people are asking, we need to see the evidence of what you are charging him with as far as running a criminal enterprise, as far as running a sex trafficking organization. You feel what I'm saying? Being a trick don't make you a sex trafficker. Being a John ain't never made you a sex trafficker. A sex trafficker is on the other side of that. That's the pimp, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? That's the sex trafficker. So far, they ain't showed no case of no pimping going on. You feel what I'm saying? And with her testimony, with the text messages now showing that she was complacent, she was sending text messages herself. She wanted to set up freak offs herself. You feel what I'm saying? She hit him up about freak offs herself of her own free will. You feel what I'm saying? Even at times when he, you know what I'm saying, he was like, okay, well, if you want to do that, you know what I'm saying, you set it up, you put it all together, you know what I'm saying, and you do the whole shebang, you know. And even with the drug use, you know, there's text messages showing that he tried to get her in rehab. She was doing a lot of drug use on her own. There's text messages of him telling her, slow down, you need to slow down. There's text messages of him texting other people around Cassie, like, we need to get her in rehab. Her drug use is getting out of control. You feel what I'm saying? So as it stands right now, that RICO case don't look too strong.
All right, so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this, right? Because you said the RICO case don't look too strong, right? And you said a solicitor can't be charged with trafficking, which is actually incorrect. Because if I know somebody to be pimped, or they're being pimped, or they're working for somebody else, right? or they're a prostitute or a gigolo for another agency, and I know that they're being sent out on a plane, on a whatever we ordering girls, I know them to be victims of trafficking. So, in the feds, which is conspiracy,
Gooch, there go the link. I just posted a Gooch. Hit the link.
Having knowledge of a crime, right, or participate in a crime, is that's the protected individual, the person being trafficked. This is why prostitutes get immunity, and this is why they testify.
But here in this case, you don't have the people, you don't have the sex workers as the victims in this case.
You don't need to have, it's a federal case. You don't need to have a prostitute or anybody. All they have to say is, on this date around about this time, we ordered prostitutes. They sent them on a plane and we facilitated them. I ordered the plane, I sent the money, or whatever it is. In the feds, you don't even need the drugs. It's called ghost though. All they doing is testifying that they was dead, and this is what happened. That's all it is.
Look, one more thing.
Yeah,
people keep on saying, "Oh, they found."
That's a definitely.
Let me say something right quick.
They found what?
To talk with this, they found guns and drugs. Would you tell this nigga what a gun is? It's a fucking misdemeanor, my nigga. You acting like a gun is a fucking. He got the guns in California. It's a misdemeanor, my nigga.
It ain't a guaranteed misdemeanor if it's defaced, and we talking about the feds. So if it's a defaced firearm, and
scratched off serial numbers and shit.
Okay. See now here the thing is.
Well, if you got an AK-47 in Cali, that's automatically.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they report when they got the guns that it was like ghost guns or something like that? Yeah. I think they reported that when they got the guns, they was ghost guns. So there ain't no legal registered firearms. Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? Now I'm not saying that he's gonna walk. You feel what I'm saying? Because the gun case. The gun, no, it's not in federal court, and definitely not in California. California, it is a absolute felony to have a ghost gun. You know what I'm saying? California and New York got the strictest. Yeah,
a ghost gun is a felony.
That's a serious felony in California. That is a serious felony. Okay. You know, but you know, his case, you know, is a 50 more days or whatever the case may be. But here's the thing. I don't understand how they plan to paint I believe what they're doing is trying to paint the sex trafficking picture with opening up with Cassie and everything else. You know what I'm saying? And just for me, from the reports that I've been seeing and the information that I've been getting and the things I've been seeing from lawyers who are present in the courtroom every day and reporters who are in the courtroom, thus far, a sex trafficking case using Cassie is weak as hell, because number one, it shows a lot of complicity by Cassie, not only Cassie, but the actual sex workers themselves. They have actual incidents where sex workers showed up. You know what I'm saying? He was supposed to get $200, and Cassie told him, "No, I'm finna give you $4,000. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay, but it's not finna be just the average what you think it's gonna be. We finna really turn up in this mug." You feel what I'm saying? And some of those, the majority of those workers, they ended up building their own relationship with them. So they became their sex partners more so than people that's being trafficked. These are people who they went on vacations with. You know what I'm saying? These people got to experience the life of hanging out with Puffy, flying on Puffy jets with Cassie and all that different stuff. Now, the federal case on the drugs, that depends on how much drugs it was. They would have to show intent on him distributing the drugs. We already know that the 15 bottles of baby oil that was supposed to be laced with GHB, that was a fake report. So we know that. So it's the amount of drugs has never been disclosed on how much they found.
Let me do you a favor with this one right here, right? If I have a kilo in 2024, right? And they saying I've been throwing parties since 1998, right? The feds can basically do this and put what they call ghost dope in the case, saying basically, from that time, I've had 1,000 kilos. I've been known to have this type of shit because this is my.
Is he now? in the feds, do they charge you with being do they charge you with being a drug user?
They can charge you with possession. You don't have to distribute, because it's a controlled substance. So it's an illegal substance. It's a controlled substance. That's going to be the violation.
Okay, now under the RICO Act, when you connecting the business with the drugs, does that apply to the same thing as far as the drug use?
What they're going to say is, you use these drugs to continue your enterprise, right? Your organization. You use these sex workers to run your organization. And the record label, what they're going to do it the same way they did with Kells, is that's the front.
See, that'd be kind of hard to prove then, because
what do they call his enterprise?
But he closed. You got to remember though, you know what I'm saying? Puffy has closed some major deals, you know what I'm saying, that can show that his enterprise was not. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they arguing. They arguing that it's a rich man who turned into having sexually weird fantasies as he got richer. It's not a man who was a sexual weirdo who used these sexual weirdo practices and the use of drugs to build Bad Boy and make Bad Boy $1 billion enterprise. Because if that's the case,
did they accuse R. Kelly of that? R. Kelly
didn't get charged with the RICO. R. Kelly didn't get charged with the RICO Act.
Yes, he did.
That's what R. Kelly is convicted of, the RICO Act?
Yeah.
I thought he was convicted of sex trafficking or sex with a
minor. Nah, he beat those. He beat all that, and they hit him with the RICO.
Yeah,
they beat all. He beat all that. Like, that's why the nigga
to lure the RICO. But he used his influence as an artist to lure younger women. That's the R. Kelly case. In Diddy case, they're going to say he's using the entertainment industry, his record label, and his influence to pull people in and he's using the label to hide and cover up these acts to continue the enterprise. So paying off the hotel, I'm Diddy. Paying off these things. I'm not saying the man guilty. I'm saying this is
that aspect of it. The paying off the hotel, I understand that because you did that with Bad Boy money. I'm not saying that particular part. You feel what I'm saying? Because the paying off the hotel, I mean, it's a bunch of stuff that they haven't even got into yet. You feel what I'm saying? I'm quite sure.
Hold on. So, not to cut you off, man. Gooch the Great is back, man. Talk some shit, Gooch.
Gooch, what's up, man?
Hold on, let me unmute him.
I want to answer Shorty question too, sincere. I don't mean to call Shorty, but I definitely want to answer that question.
I muted you, my nigga. I'm trying. Unmute yourself, Gooch.
His screen froze to me.
His screen keep on freezing, man. That nigga need to charge his phone up. But talk y'all shit. My bag.
Sincere said, did Diddy attempt at any time to receive earnings from sexual activities? So let me ask y'all this question, right? If Diddy is allegedly putting on shows for other people in the industry and influence and to maintain that, and some of this, whether he has blackmail footage on any one of these people at these freak-offs, right? Videotaping, or, you know, I'm the party nigga. Niggas is fucking with me because I'm the party nigga. So earnings, right, don't necessarily mean that, yo, you paying me cash for this service. You might be working out a contract with me based on my influence and my position.
I feel you on that, but I think how they gonna frame it. I think R. Kelly and Diddy cases is so far different because number one, it involved minors. Number two, it involved, you know what I'm saying, some his sexual acts with those minors, the luring of minors, using the record label to lure minors, using his star status to lure minors. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody who but listen, everybody who came to Bad Boy up under their free will. Niggas was lining up to jump on Bad Boy. Puffy didn't have to twist nobody's arm to try to get on Bad Boy. When he did Making the Band, he had over 3 million people that was applying to try to get on Making the Band. So in his case, is far different from how they got R. Kelly, because R. Kelly was a manipulation.
I'm gonna hit you on the head with what you just said, right? I done built myself up to be this big guy, right? And I'm using that influence to draw people in, right? So that I can do what? Also have sex and freak offs with them because I'm using my influence. Because if I don't have the influence,
but
all
is
these
who
people having freak offs with me.
See, but here the
My
thing
nigga,
is,
bro. Hold on. Let me tap in. This nigga have the biggest parties at all white parties at the Hamptons, parties in Miami. Every celebrity is coming willingly. Every bad bitch is coming willingly. Now he's gonna have the after party. Just probably go to another house somewhere.
I hear you.
Do the after party, Diddy, and you continue. Hold on. Let me land. And you continue to go from the first party to the second party to the baby oil party willingly and keep on coming. That nigga had to go grab nobody by no neck. Everybody's coming. And Puffy is the biggest party thrower in the industry,
and he didn't have to manipulate
LeBron James, Beyonce. The biggest, and he didn't have to promise is showing up. DJ Khaled,
and he didn't have to promise. He didn't have to promise nobody. He don't have to promise nobody no record deal or anything for them to want to be down with Puffy. Puffy does not have to promise you anything or did not have to promise you anything like R. Kelly promising these young girls record deals. He never had to do that.
Come with that, bro. Celebrity comes with that. Celebrity comes with every motherfucker you know wanting something from you.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean that you're going out. You're not going out using your celebrity to manipulate. Because if that's the case, if everybody,
you know what groupie love is, right?
Listen, I've been in the industry 30 years. I've been in the industry 30 years. Trust me, I know what groupie love is.
This is what I'm saying, right? So when we know what groupie love is, a bitch will fuck 30 niggas to get to the nigga on stage.
Okay.
Right?
And okay.
Because the influence that a nigga got, a bitch willing to do anything to get
but that's
on.
not sex. But that's not sex trafficking, bro.
If that's
the case, you're gonna have to lock up the whole. If that's the case, you would have to lock up the whole entire industry.
That's why you got to listen. I never said it was sex trafficking. What I'm saying is the power that you have. Bill Clinton was getting his dick sucked in the office by Monica Lewinsky, right? Because of the power of the office, right? The same instance that I gave you. Let
me ask you a question.
Listen, this is an example I gave you. If I'm in prison and I'm fucking a CO bitch, right? They're going to say that this bitch raped me because she has a position of power.
Did Harvey Weinstein get charged with the RICO Act
in the state of New York? In the state of New York, the feds ain't the only person with the.
No, I'm saying, did he get charged and convicted of the RICO Act? Harvey Weinstein.
Let's look it up and I'll read it.
Because Harvey Weinstein was accused of using his power by celebrities. He was accused by Gwyneth Paltrow. He was accused by celebrities of using his power and influence to force them into sexual acts. You feel what I'm saying? So, so what I'm saying is you have to have somebody. Now, I'm not knowing what Don Richardson might say, but here's the thing. She signed up. Don Richardson came from making the band, and Don Richardson was on Puffy's last album. She on 4 songs on his last album he just dropped before he got arrested. You feel what I'm saying? So she been part of this and participant, like the other white girl was saying from Daddy Kane. Don been a participant in a lot of these. So I think Don is testifying against Puffy to save her own ass. But outside of Don Richardson and outside of the guy Martinez, I don't really know that they have any celebrity witnesses besides the producer guy who's accusing him of them having to be forced into sex based on his status or his thing. This is why they are leaning so hard into Cassie, and Cassie has been on the stage 3 days. You feel what I'm saying? Because they trying to paint that picture with Cassie, which is why they asked Cassie what happened to those other 9 records that never came out. You feel what I'm saying? They're trying to pick that picture with Cassie because they don't have too many people to paint that picture with that's coming forth saying that, yeah, I fucked for a record deal with Puffy. You feel what I'm saying? You don't have a line of celebrities or motherfuckers who had record deals with Bad Boy that's saying that. You feel what I'm saying? That's not what they RICO case is based on, having all those type witnesses like that. Now, out of these 50 witnesses, some of them are not known. You know what I'm saying? But we do know, as far as celebrity-wise, that Don Richardson is one of them. And I believe Cassie's former manager is also about to be one of the star witnesses from out of the Bad Boy circle. Now, who else they might have?
Just saying the abuse that she's seen Cassie got her ass beat, right? They're saying, I saw these things. I seen them with guns. I seen them with these things, right? So when you have like certain pimping cases, some of these hoes said, yo, nah, the nigga didn't threaten me directly with the gun, but I've seen him with guns over a period of time, right? So the prosecutor frames those things, right, as a overt threat, not a direct threat. And money and getting money in commerce is not always money, right? Trade is I'm just saying that for that comment. Trade don't mean that it always got to be money. It could be exchange of something for value, right? So that's the other thing. So threatening somebody, I don't got to directly threaten somebody. I could put a gun on the table. We could be having a drug deal going on, and I put a gun on the motherfucking table, right?
I believe that they was going to paint that picture, and they were attempted to paint that picture up until today, when the text messages was released, that weekend, that particular weekend that they have the video of Puffy assaulting Cassie, they always showed the video. They never showed the conversation that led up 3 days before that. Puffy was texting her back and forth and wasn't interested in no freak off. He was trying to take her shopping, getting her outfit together, and getting her prepared. You know what I'm saying? He asked her, anything you want to do when you get out here. She said she wanted to have a freak off. Okay? That's what blew that case up out the water today. That was the bombshell that landed today. In her text messages responding to Puffy, she said that she wanted to have a freak off. Puffy was like, well, I wasn't really thinking about that. I was talking more about me and you celebrating. But if you want to do that, you go ahead and hook it up. And he gave Cassie the green light to go ahead and put that freak off together that particular day that she said she was running from a freak off.
Okay, right? So now let me hit you with this. If he's giving the okay and he's calling the shot on the freak off, he's giving her access to the capital from the record label or whatever he's giving her access to and making her facilitate that type of shit. Same shit in Dirk case, right?
He didn't make her, my nigga. She wanted to. How the fuck you keep saying he made her?
That's what the RICO is about.
She asked for the.
They have already listen, but bro, they had already blew out that he making her do anything case. That's what I'm saying. You got to actually watch the case. Don't watch just the highlights. Listen to actual lawyers talk about the case and look at the actual testimony. They've been posting up the actual testimonies and the text messages online. Bro, that's been blown up out the water already about the forcing her to do anything. It's
I'm
too
not
many
saying
text
you
messages.
have to listen. I'm gonna give you some background, right? I did 15 years. I got 30 years in the feds. I done beat the feds 3 times and ICE, right? I work for law firms and I work with lawyers closely, right? I'm one of the niggas that they don't fuck with. So let's get that other lawyer shit out the way. When we're talking about, I'm not saying forcing, right? If he's in a boss position, right? If he's in this position, the leadership role, that's what the RICO is about. Him being able to tell his staff to facilitate things. So if she say, I want to throw a party, right? And I want to invite 10,000 niggas, she needs the okay from him. Even if she initiated the freak off, she still has to receive permission to do the freak off.
But she's not. That would be hard because she's not an employee. She's at that time.
Yes, she is.
She's no at that time. No, but
she got 10 albums.
Time,
she got 10 albums. She got 10 albums.
She got a 10 album deal. But there's a key to that, bro. You keep leaving out the fact that she's in a wanting relationship with him. She has text messages. There was an argument between her and there was a fight between her and one of the girls from Danity Kane who was trying to move in and take Cassie's spot. Okay, and they got text messages of Cassie going in like, I'm not finna let no bitch take my spot and all this old shit. So again, you talking about somebody that's in a relationship. That's not just the average employee or somebody that just signed to the record label and I'm making you give me some pussy because I'm a record label and I'm the boss of the record label. We in a full-on motherfucking relationship. You know what I'm saying? We in a loving relationship. We hitting the red carpet together. The public knows that. Yeah, that does matter. That does matter. That does matter to it. That does matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you charging some. No, listen. It doesn't matter when you charging somebody.
When you're saying
bro,
I'm using a
see,
record
you keep talking about the charges, and
label.
I'm talking about the 9 brothers. I'm talking about the 9 men that's sitting on that jury. You keep talking from a perspective of charging them by law. He already got the charges already. I'm talking about the case, and that case is going to be tried by a jury. And that jury right now is not being presented with a case that's very strong. When the most you presenting is a domestic violence case.
I'm going to tell you a little secret about the federal government, right? There's a thing called a jury instruction, right? And the jury instruction tells you exactly how to convict somebody, right? So if we prove this, the government prepares the jury instruction and they tell you exactly what they're going to present. And if we presented these elements of this crime, you have to find this person guilty.
Bro, I understand that, but you also a person who just told me what? That you beat the feds how many times?
3 times.
Okay, so don't sit here and act like the feds already got that. Wait, hold up, because you talking to a convicted felon here who did 10 years himself. You feel what I'm saying? So if you was able to beat them, then you know that they can be beat. And you know that they present weak cases at time. And the case that's being presented the case that's being presented thus far, in a lot of legal circle analysts, is thus far this case is being presented weak as far as a RICO case. I'm not talking about as far as him and Cassie's sexual relationship, because thus far in 3 days,
a RICO case. Does he have a contract with her for albums? Is she under as an employee? Is the record label have her as an employee?
See, now here's the thing. You're not an employee. Now, as somebody who signed to a record label and I was signed to Def Jam, no, you're not an employee. You still self-employed. That's why they give you a W. That's why you do your W-9. You are not an employee of a record. You're not an employee of a record label because you have a record deal with them. The staff who work for the staff who work for the record label are the employees. You are an artist. You are an artist that is an individual. When you file your taxes, you don't file your taxes up under Bad Boy. She don't file her taxes up under Bad Boy. She's filed her taxes up under Cassie, whatever her name is, and whatever she is as an entertainer. She don't have no. She don't.
She's contracted by whom?
She's contracted by Bad Boy, not as an employee. Not an employee. She's an individual company herself as an individual.
Work. Right?
Huh?
So to do work, right? To contract to perform or whatever the contract is, right? So
yes,
anybody under the purview of Bad Boy, right? Whether I contract you to go do any type of thing, whether I'm able to tell you to perform or to do these things, because the contract has specifics, right? It says the terms. It says you have to do. I know they have a relationship, right? But when it comes to the RICO, that's what they're going to attack. They're going to say he had a position over her via that contract, right? So in pursuit of her music career and her fame and the bullshit that she's talking about, like I said, I have issues with her character, right? However, when it comes to the law and how they're going to play with the law, that's the issue. How they're going to get him convicted, that is the issue that I'm looking at for his attorneys and how they're breaking that down. So when they're going to say, boom, we use Cassie, right? They're laying out a case. There's going to be 50 days. We're going to lay out a history of him doing XYZ, XYZ, XYZ.
I'm telling you right now, out of my mouth, then we're gonna come back in 50 days. Puffy is finna get found not guilty. Okay, he got 9 brothers on his jury. Okay, and you're painting a picture of a motherfucking boss. You feel what I'm saying? Who has an enterprise, who had a sour relationship with a girl who was one of his stars on his label. And thus far, they unpainted her as a person who fought for her position, not a person who was manipulated into her position. She had physical altercations with other females who he was interested in. You feel what I'm saying? She left and had other relationships with other people and then came back to that relationship voluntarily. You feel what I'm saying? So I do understand how the letter of the law is going, but you also talking to you're talking about jurors who don't know the letter of the law. You're talking about jurors who don't have your inside of the law. You're talking about jurors who are strictly being influenced by what they are hearing in that courtroom. And thus far, what you are paying, yes, you are. Yes, you are.
It's not how it works in a federal courtroom. They're going to go, they have to go by the jury instruction.
That's just not federal court. That's also state court. All courts they give jury instruction, and they tell you
what jury nullification is.
Huh?
Do you know what jury nullification is?
Explain.
Jury nullification is any one of the jurors decides at any given point that they're going to refuse the instructions, the jury instructions, and make decisions on their own. So if you find by the letter of the law that they presented a case and they proved the elements of the charges based on the jury instruction, not the indictment, not the testimony, did we prove that he used Bad Boy in such a way? Right? Are we proving that he used Bad Boy and his influence to pull people in to commit this thing and cover up these things? That's what they're going to ask the jurors. Did he cover up his acts with the record label and the record label money? Why would she want to stay with him if not for the record label and what he can do in the lifestyle why would she want to stay? She went to go fuck the broke nigga. Now she coming back. She even had to come back for the 20.
See, but here's the thing. Okay. Now, say for instance, she Bad Boy, right? Now, say for instance, he was smart enough to where funds he was using did not particularly come from out of the business.
You said what?
I said, what if he's able to prove that funds he were using, far as their freak offs and whatnot, did not come from his Bad Boy funds or did not come from his business?
Well, the forensic,
he has other means of income, including the fact that he collects a royalty check himself as an artist. Don't forget that. Puffy has sold millions of records. So if Puffy can say, no, this came out of my royalty checks. This came out of my royalty checks. With his royalty checks, is probably within the hundreds of thousands a month. If he could turn around and say, no, I was paying out of my royalty check, that didn't have nothing to do with Bad Boy, then where's the feds case at? Because that come out of his royalty money, the money he's receiving from being a rap star, not money he's making in his business. See, that's why I say it all depends on how good of lawyers that he has to be able to fight his case. And so far, from my understanding, that the black lady or the lady that he just recently hired is one of the best trial lawyers in federal court in the country. You feel what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to interrogating witnesses and putting the witnesses on the stand and cross-examination. You know what I'm saying? And also, she's a victim of sex assault or sex trafficking herself. You feel what I'm saying? Puffy's lawyer. You feel what I'm saying? So again, those things was putting the jury mind off bat to know that, you know what I'm saying, he got somebody that's a victim of the crime that he's being accused of that's representing him. You feel what I'm saying? So again, you're talking about human beings that's sitting in that box. It's not just robots who are federal agents and they're going to stick to the federal law. It's not a bunch of lawyers sitting over there in that box. It's not a bunch of DAs sitting over there in that box. It's average human beings. Some of them motherfuckers, whether they admitted it or not, unrocked to some Bad Boy, some Biggie, or something of that nature, because there's too many brothers on that goddamn thing. It's 9 of them on that motherfucker. It's 9 dudes on that motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? It's too many dudes on that motherfucker one of them motherfuckers to not be a fan of something out of Bad Boy, whether it's Faith Evans, whether it's Jennifer Lopez or something, whether they admit it or not. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm just thinking from a perspective of sitting in the jury box. I'm not thinking from a perspective of a lawyer or anything of that nature, of knowing the intricate details of the law. I'm sitting here just as like everybody else. Only thing we can do who don't know law, we've never studied law, you know what I'm saying, or anything of that nature. Only thing we can do is put ourselves in the position of the juror. You feel what I'm saying? Not of the DA, not of the attorney, not of none of that, not of the judge. We can only put ourselves in the spot of the juror. And so far, what's being presented in the first 3 days thus far, you know what I'm saying, is like, it's a big in that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, why are we even dwelling on this? Let's get into some real criminal behavior. Let's get into some real criminal activity. You feel what I'm saying? We know the crime in this particular. We know the crime in this particular case is abuse and that he assaulted her.
Activity. Those sex workers are a part of criminal activity.
Well, not if he. Now, all the freak-offs wasn't in states where prostitution is illegal, though. Remember that too. Some of those freak-offs happened in states where prostitution is legal. So
what states besides Vegas have legal prostitution?
I haven't the slightest idea. I don't fuck with prostitutes, so
yeah. So
that's what I'm saying.
Vegas is only the only place, right? In
Atlantic City. Atlantic City is not like that.
No.
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 Okay. Okay. And where did all these?
Atlanta, Miami, Atlanta, Miami, LA definitely, nigga. You see Figueroa, nigga. LA definitely. It's all legal out here.
I don't see, because out here,
it's legal or is it's not.
It's legal. It's legal out
now.
here.
It's legal now.
The whole host row, Figueroa is packed all day.
Okay. So let me clarify this. Is it legal for people to engage in it without a pimp, or is it legal with a pimp?
It's legal to engage without a pimp. But again, see, there we go again, because we're talking about again the trick. Now, if it's legal without a pimp, that means they're not charging the trick with sex trafficking, nor are they charging.
This is the thing about the federal crime. If I engage or allow somebody to facilitate it, so if I call up the pimp, right, and I know that the people that he's sending me is his employees or his hoes, then I'm basically I'm facilitating the same crime. I'm causing somebody to be trafficked.
But what but if they call in, I believe for the most part, they were calling people who were working for themselves. Now, I think at one point, something came out about calling a company in one of them. I don't know where in particular, because from my understanding, these freak-offs happen in different hotels around the world.
Exactly.
You feel what I'm saying? Now, particularly in California, I don't know how that works. Because again, they
hold on. Somebody just said prostitution is illegal in California now. When did that happen? I didn't hear about that rule, because Figueroa and the Strip, nigga, the Oakland, nigga, E14 look like motherfucking Figueroa.
Not just that. I rode down the street and it's a motherfucker who he parks the back page. Listen, it's a motherfucker with a van who rolls around with back page advertisement on his van now. Okay. His pink van, and he parks that van on the street advertising for back page sex worker. So when did that happen? Where it became illegal? Because I just seen that not too long ago in LA.
I just looked it up. They never removed the laws making sex work illegal. What they're doing is they're passing bills to protect sex workers, but prostitution itself is still illegal. But sex workers have the protection. But once the pimp, so a lot of what I tell y'all, the sex worker or the so-called whatever, they are the person that is the protected person in the joint. This is why the pimps are the person that's prosecuted.
No, what they start doing is protecting the tricks in California. They always have protected the sex workers. It always has been a protection about sex workers.
At the end of the day,
now what they doing, because once upon a time they had started arresting a bunch of tricks. They even started setting up task force to arrest the tricks and start doing all that. That's what they stopped doing. You feel what I'm saying? Because I guess a politician or something had got caught up in some year, and they released it and publicly smeared his name all over the thing for being with a prostitute or something like that, or trying to hire a sex worker, and it never went through, but it was for some type of shit like that. But what they start doing is they always been protecting the sex worker. You could always get in trouble for pimping and pandering in California. It changed it from pimping and pandering, and they start charging them with sex trafficking. That's what they had started doing. You feel what I'm saying? And that still holds up for a pimp nigga. It's still super illegal to be pimping.
I got a young boy out there charging that shit right now.
Yeah, it's still super illegal. What it is that they don't bother the tricks and they don't bother the prostitutes no more. So when you do go down the hostro, you no longer see the pimps standing out there. You no longer see the hoes running back to the pimps. Now them niggas just stay at the house and come back to the house. You know what I'm saying? And bring me mine to the house. You feel what I'm saying? But
allegedly.
But what I'm saying is Puffy is not, he's again a trick. He's a trick. He's participating. He's getting this off. He's having these motherfuckers semen rubbed on his fucking nipples, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
So if I cause a crime to happen, right, I'm going to get charged.
Sex is not a crime.
So, if that's the case, how was Hugh Hefner never charged with the RICO Act as far as with having Playboy party matches where it was a fuck fest? He had Playboy magazine enterprises, and it was well known that he was sending his Playboy models out fucking with rock stars and all that shit. So how is it that in this particular
let's make 2 points. The first point I'm gonna make is that nigga white. Second point I'm gonna make is them porn stars.
Now, the first point, the main point, that nigga white. Now get to you.
You know what I'm saying?
No, rich and white, rich with influence and white.
And the people that
it ain't no other points after that.
So the other point is they on the contract.
Oh, the
females. Who on the contract?
Yeah, the females on the contract. Yeah, they on the contract. But Cassie was on contract. Cassie was on contract with Bad Boy. What's the difference?
She wasn't on contract for selling pussy. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't on contract.
They wasn't on contract for selling pussy. They on contract to be Playboy models and pose nude in magazines. That's the extent of what they contract consists of. What Hugh Hefner did at his house was
escorting illegal.
Is what?
No.
Is escorting illegal?
No.
Right? So the escort services find a loophole to quote unquote do what they do. Right?
And so if that's the case, what if
they don't sell sex?
Let me tell you this.
I'm quite sure Puffy was smart enough to be calling and using those companies right there. I'm quite sure he was smart enough.
This is what's legal. Prostitution ain't legal, but escort services is legal in Vegas. Escort services, not prostitution, but escort. If you come through a service, that's legal. So that was the first one that they was doing. Well, letting the escort, you know what I mean, thing go through. You know what I mean? It ain't like prostitution is legal, but they're not far as being out on the street and what that shit called, soliciting and all that shit. They're not pressing the females no more at all. The main thing is that y'all two are going in circles, man. Are we done with the Puff shit? Can we get to the Tory Lane shit? Because we talking about criminal shit, man. You know, they just found out. I play the content, man, but they just damn near found out that he probably could get free, man. People talking about that he didn't shoot it.
They've been knew that shit.
They've been knew that. That's what. And much as I don't like Whack 100, he did say He said a long time ago, maybe 6 months ago, that it was going to be a bombshell drop this year, and Tory Lanez was going to get up out of jail because it's concrete evidence that he did not do that. And Whack 100 just reposted him saying that like 6-7 months ago. He was like, I know for a fact because I talked to Tory. Tory is my boy, and they got concrete evidence to prove his innocence in that shooting case.
We've been know
And
that.
now this drop.
We knew that.
Can I play the reason why he got poked up? And I see you, Toe Boy Oakland. Toe Oakland. Let me get you in here right quick. Toe Buck Oakland. Let me get you in here right quick. Let me see what you guys say. Toe Buck Oakland, man. You probably on the road, man. Talk your shit.
Oh, I'm at Sis House, man. I just wanted to say something. I appreciate you letting me get in. Man, it's crazy how I was talking to my sister and my dad and everybody was like, damn, it's crazy how every time somebody want to get their rights, they knock them down. They knock them down. They knock them down. I don't know, man. I don't know about. I know I just jumped in on y'all shit, but I'm like, man, I don't know, man. It's like it looks hard for us, bro. It really does. And but I want to say something, yeah, because I always say, damn, if I could now I got the time to say something. What you think about that brother in Africa? You think that he can put everything together? Because I like the way he talk about when he say black people. Like he said, man, the thing that hurt me was the dude was black. He was a brother. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, that makes sense. Like when an African dude say, like he didn't say he's an African man, he say he's a black guy. What you think about that African brother?
You talking about the leader of Burkina Faso?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's his name?
Man, I love that. I love that brother, man.
Ibrahim, what is it? Ibrahim?
I rock with him.
Yeah, I just wanted to get y'all take. That's I didn't mean to disrespect what y'all was always talking about, but I really wanted to say that. I got the chance. I wanted to ask you about that.
I fuck with him the long way. You know what I mean? He's about bringing the resources back to Africa. He's about running the colonizers out of Africa. He's about Africans making money off of their shit instead of everybody making money off their shit. So, yeah, that's why you got people in South Africa coming back home because Africans are standing up right now. So he's the start of it.
Saying. So what if Africa went all together? Man, motherfuckers wouldn't know what to do, man.
Well,
if Africa we know we gonna ride with Africa.
That's what the plan. That's what the plan is. The plan is, and his vision is, why isn't Africa like United States? Why isn't Africa like China? Why isn't Africa like Russia? Why isn't Africa like France and the UK? Wait, when all of you guys, why we don't have a military as strong as you guys, why we don't have an economy as strong as you guys, but all of you guys are in our continent sucking out our resources and giving us pennies on the dollar for what giving us pennies on the dollar for what you take from us.
I seen something the other day. I seen something where they lit it up like with the lights. It was crazy how all of our military is all overseas. It's so not military in our own base, on our own home. All our military is all around the world except where the fuck we.
Because our military is protecting the people that's taking the resources out there. You know, you need a military force to protect why you taking the resources. If you're just taking the resources without no military protection, good luck. Also, we strategize.
What they call the G28?
One more thing. Also, we strategize across the monopoly board. You know what I mean? So if a war was to happen, we already there. Oh, no matter where you at. We got a base right there. We got a base right here. Let me land, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Let me land. We got a base right here. We got a base right there. We ain't got to fly out. We right there. If any war happened, we on the coast of every major continent, ready to go. That's another reason.
Yes, sir.
And this is why all of these other continents are trying to team together.
That's what I'm saying. They tired of that shit
against us.
Yeah, they tired of that shit.
But here the thing is,
we not the big bad bullies no more.
Okay,
we not the big bad bullies no more.
See, I wouldn't say we in that because I don't benefit. I don't benefit from nothing America does overseas. I don't benefit from none of that besides my everyday use. I'm talking about my
yeah,
personal
we do.
pockets.
You play.
No, I'm
you
talking
play
about
PlayStation. You use
no.
iPhone.
I'm
Nigga,
talking about
you
the use of the phone and all that. But I'm talking about my pockets are not being lined by their politics. You feel what I'm
If you
saying?
didn't have your iPhone, you'll go crazy. If you don't have your computer, if you have your video game, headphones,
I got my PS5, my iPhone.
Listen. And this is the problem
China.
that a lot. This is the problem. This is the problem that's going on right now. You feel what I'm saying? And this is why
we got so hooked on something. I agree with you.
No, but we don't have. You got you know when you try to spend money in the black community, we don't have. You can only go so far. It's like Safest You is gonna only try to buy black. It's only so many things you can do because we don't own a lot of those resources. We should own those same resources, bro. We should have those same resources that everybody else have. And that's what Burkina Faso, that's what he's trying to set in order right there for us, even over here, to be able to have those same resources that everybody else got.
I was gonna say, bro, thanks for tapping in. I gotta get Goose Great back in this motherfucker.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you, brothers, man. No doubt.
I get something the same, and you know how that should work out.
You think it's gonna benefit us though? You think it'll touch back to us? I think it will.
Any type of unity amongst people of our color, which is the thing that they against the most. Like, look at we cheering. Some people cheering for Puffy to go down, right? Because he's not the underdog no more. When we look at how we structured and programmed as a people, as niggas or whatever you want to call it, or black people or morals or whatever it is, institutionally, we've been separated. We've been separated for a reason. But if there's any unity amongst, and we start recognizing each other, like, oh, I'm not an African, I'm not a, that's another black or whatever we gonna call it. We supposed to benefit. It's a lot of African nations, Ghana, a lot of African nations is asking, us to come back and to come over there and come fuck with it. You
y'all want to go back? Any of y'all want to go back?
No.
I mean,
you trying to go back?
No.
My money is out here, nigga. That's why I live in LA. My money is on the West Coast, nigga.
No, but I'm saying you wouldn't want to get dual citizenship for Ghana and because everybody else.
I give me a little condo out there. I love to give me a little condo.
What was the advertising when we was growing up about Africa? Them niggas over there starving.
That's
right?
property. I rent that bitch out while I'm out of town, nigga. While I'm out, nigga, rent that bitch out, nigga. Airbnb
Now, what I imagine if he succeeds, imagine being able to do that in all the African continents where you can go back and get a dual citizenship, not just Ghana. You feel what I'm saying? Where you could just have that ability to have you a spot over there, and all of Africa end up getting built up like Ghana and South Africa and Nigeria.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Hey, once again, what's up, Bo? I think all the man. Completely
the greatest back.
Tumbo. I think all that shit is cool, but let's get back to the content. I don't give a fuck about Africa right now. I'm on these hoes, and
talk what you talking, Gooch, man. You freshly back, man. Talk your shit, man. What happened, man? You on the hole?
Yeah. Hey, donka. Yeah, all that shit is cool, but let's get back on these hoes. And let's get into Tory Lanez. Fuck Africa right now.
All right, man. So this bruh got the real reason why Tory Lanez got stabbed up. Niggas talking about, oh yeah, he was pushing a black card, man. He was putting money on everybody's books. He was a shot caller. He was calling shots on niggas.
What the fuck? Who said that?
Man, the nigga Poetic Flacco, the nigga from fucking No Jumper.
I did time in Tehachapi. Okay, the California prison system don't work like that. Let me tell you that. I did 10 years in that motherfucker. That ain't how the system works. You feel what I'm saying? Harry O was on the same yard with me. Me and Harry O was
on the 50-50? Was you on the 50-50?
Let me ask you a question.
Hell no, I was on the 4-yard and the 3-yard. You feel what I'm saying? But you just can't buy the whole yard up like that.
Bruh's on the 50-50 yard.
Let me ask you a question, Bo Rock. Them La M.A. and the Black Hand and the Mexican Mafia in the prison system, right? In California, right? How do they operate, and how do they operate with staff? so on and so forth. Like,
oh man, that's Adam 20. That's Adam 22 questions. Let's go to this shit, man. Let's go.
Nah,
1, 2, y'all. Let's go.
You talking about the prison system? You talking about from
some crazy information?
Well, no. I say this. I say this. It's not. It don't have nothing to do with. First of all, you got to understand something. This dude who stabbed Tory Lanez, his homeboy from prison, that's in the same building with him, who witnessed the whole thing, called home and told them the whole story. He allegedly called back and told. But here's the thing. Dude is on a PC yard. He PC, so he wouldn't have nothing to do with La MA. He wouldn't have nothing to do with the Black Hand. No, none of that. He's up in there for murdering a 13-year-old girl that he was child molesting. You feel that? That's what he's convicted for, and he's doing life for. So this is why he's on the PC yard in the first place over there with Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez is on a PC yard. They send all celebrities of that nature to the same PC yard where they send motherfuckers who can't go to the main line. You feel what I'm saying?
Which
so that
is
dude,
child molesters, child killers, rapists, all them type of people is in the PC yard too.
Yeah, and that's what dude is. He's one of them. So it don't got nothing to do with no MA. It ain't got nothing to do with the Serenio car. It ain't got nothing to do with no jail politics. No, none of that shit, bro. Because they not nowhere in that type of yard where they politic at. It ain't no politics over there like that.
Let me play the content right quick, though.
We call those type of yards not Camp Snoopy, but they a step above Camp Snoopy. Camp Snoopy, you have open, you know what I'm saying? You go to fire camp and all that shit. That's a step above where you have the PC lifers and all that shit. That's where they doing their time at.
Let's get the content. Let's go. Let's see why it got poked up. Let's go. Oh, this shit started from the beginning. I'm gonna take it straight from the essay. Boom. Let's get it straight to him. My bag, y'all, on the content, man. Motherfucker loading up. Let me do the reload. Let me see if the reload.
And while you're looking for the content, I want to say this. I think it's disgraceful that Meg Thee Stallion fans have sent this man over $5,000.
You seen that shit, bro? You seen that? Oh, that's sad.
They sent the prisoner $5,000.
Yeah, so that's
Megan Thee Stallion fans been putting yes, they've been putting they've been putting money on his books. Megan Thee Stallion fans
over $5,000, and they're trying to get him $25,000, which he'll probably get. So black men, I want you to know that they don't love us. Sisters don't love us. So all this, you going to bat for him and all that, stop all that shit.
Happened to Tory Lanez.
So let's get to the content.
He was stabbed 14 times in prison here in California. It is just a terrible situation. But in light of that,
trying to pause this shit. Let's get back to the essay, homie.
Yeah, but Tory, he was
telling his story.
According to the dude who was there.
Hold on. Let the essay, man. Don't jump the gun. Let's let the essay, then we could talk about it.
Yeah.
We all know we late on this shit. I'm hella late on this shit.
The reason why I asked the question about the California politics, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody on the East Coast, I ain't gonna say what their channel is. I've been to California yards on the feds. So, but somebody on the East Coast was like, hey man, why the black dudes, ain't get into it with that situation? Why they ain't have that backup? Or, these Mexican niggas is acting crazy, or you know what I mean? Like an East Coast version.
Watch this. This is why. Let's go, y'all. Fair use. Hold on. Let me share this shit. Let me share it, man. I took the share down. Oh my God. I'm hitting different buttons. Shit. It's hard to do this shit when you are the engineer, the producer, and content creator, and the co-host on the shit, man. It's hard. It's hard out here for a pimp, but I got y'all, man. Say less, man. We back in this motherfucker, man. The content is gonna work. Let's go. Let's hear what the essay homie got to say about the situation. Bring it back a little bit more. Oh wow. Let's go. Fair use.
For Mexican was to do it, it was yada yada yada. But the reason this took place is this dude was a nice guy, respectful inmate. Got into a lot of trouble though. He stabbed a couple inmates in prison. He's doing life without the possibility of parole for 2 murders, and he was in education. He was working in the educational department, respectful, but he happened to be Tory Lanez neighbor. And at visit, he was flirtatious with his wife, and his wife immediately told her husband. They went back, got confrontational, and Tory Lanez was on the tier saying that he was.
So Tory was in there flirting with people's wife. Okay.
Yeah, bingo flamingo. The shit get deep. Okay, make sure it's on fast forward mode.
Bitches be making shit up.
Okay, let's get back to the essay, homie. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That boy got wop because of the you can't play with a nigga female, man. Money and bitch, you can't play with a nigga. Money a nigga bitch, man.
Bro, I don't believe that.
I get you boo bop, my nigga.
When we see the picture of her, she gonna look like a bell pepper.
No, I don't believe that story, bro. I believe the essay that called in from the prison. I believe the dude that called in from the prison who was there, who the dude had a conversation with before he went and stabbed Tory. You feel what I'm saying? That ain't what he said. He told that dude that Tory Lanez keep mouthing off to him. You know what I'm saying? They was having a little back and forth, and he was playing him close, and that he was going to take off on him. And dude told him, well, handle your business. I got your back. And he walked, the cell door cracked. He gave a full description. He said the cell door cracked for child. As soon as Tory stepped out the cell, the homie ran over there with the shank and just start shanking that fool up. That's what he said. He gave a full detailed account on what it was. But he said Tory Lanez and dude was having back and forth. But he said Tory Lanez was being disrespectful to him. He ain't say nothing about no wife. He ain't say nothing about no visit, no nothing. They was having words with inside their unit. You feel what I'm saying?
And he said another black dude tried to step up, and he told him to fall back, right? Because it's going to create a bigger situation. So
yeah,
from that video you saw. But if you saying this is a
See, here the thing is, like I said, it's a PC yard. PC yard operate different. PC yard don't operate up under politics. On a PC yard, on a regular yard, you know what I'm saying? Blacks and Hispanics don't even do too much fucking communicating, bro. It's a high and by situation. When you on a PC yard, them motherfuckers can exchange soups. They sit down and eat together. You feel what I'm saying? When you're not on a PC yard, y'all eat at separate tables and all that shit. On a PC yard, y'all actually can communicate and just do time with each other. You feel what I'm saying? You can walk the yard with the SA, homie. You know what I'm saying? If you black, you know what I'm saying? You'll find a white and a black who exchange coffee and shit like that, or borrow some coffee. You're not supposed to borrow between races when you up in there. That's the politics. When you on a PC yard, they borrow between. Hey, let me get a cigarette. Let me get some coffee.
So I know the politics. That's why I said it made sense.
So that's why it didn't. Yeah, that's why it didn't kick off to where all the blacks just took off because this happened. That's a PC yard. You know what I'm saying? They don't operate on politics. Them motherfuckers can't go to yards. They outcasts. That's the outcast.
Nah, niggas. Some niggas said cap. They got PC yard gangs, allegedly. Like the PC niggas posseed up.
Who said that? Who said
Tell
that?
him to come in here.
Headlight hurt.
Who said that?
Okay, send him the link.
Hot lead hurt.
I know in California they ain't got no PC gangs. You know what I'm saying? On
the nigga Brick Baby called in to no Orange Jumper, called in the Orange Jumper, and they told him about the situation. He's like, man, he on a 50-50 yard. But he said, yeah, but they do click up in there. They got their own gangs in there. He said that. That's what Brick Baby said. He said, so I ain't gonna name it, but he said some name of it. You know what I mean? Period. You can go look at their content on No Jumper, but man.
The dude that he talking about that called in and made the claim that he basically said, go do your thing, I'm gonna hold you down, or whatever the situation is. That's a click up. If he's saying it like that, and him telling the other black dude that wanted to step in,
well, that's going up. But he said it's going to go up. Didn't you say at the beginning that it was disrespect? You said it was disrespect, but this is where the disrespect come from. I'm trying to play like it had to start from somewhere. It wasn't just a nigga that's like talking shit to a nigga. They've been in that motherfucker for ages. Why all of a sudden they going bad on each other? It had to be a reason. So this allegedly is the reason.
No, hell no. That ain't the way. That ain't the way.
No, he probably making
They
a
went
jail
back,
high.
got confrontational, and Tory Lanez was on the tier saying that he was.
So Tory was in there flirting with people's wife.
Department respectful, but he happened to be Tory Lanez's neighbor, and at visit he was flirtatious with his wife, and his wife immediately told her husband. They went back, got confrontational, and Tory Lanez was on the tier saying that he was.
So Tory was in there flirting with people's wife. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll get you shanked, bro. That'll get you shanked too. They was talking about drugs and shit at first, but you know that'll do it.
F his wife because she likes black dudes. That's what really happened, and I had to go do some digging. I had to go. People kept asking me to go look it up, and I made contact with Tehachapi State Prison to finally get the story down because a lot of people kept saying it was black on black. That he tried to get a black DP'd and all that, and he was paying other people for protection to have other people hidden and trying to be the shot caller on the yard. Then I heard Mexicans did it, and I was like, all right, now let me just get to the bottom of it since everybody's throwing like 202 stories about it. But that is the information. That is what happened. He was being disrespectful towards his neighbor's wife at visit.
Man, sold him up the river, bro. She loyal. I respect that. Although she wasn't like thinking his gestures, she could have just shot his gestures down or whatever. How you to keep her husband? He already got life, so she like, I'm gonna tell him. You understand me? But look, he
came very hard in light of the horrific incident that has happened to Tory Lanez, where he was stabbed 14 times in prison here in California. It is just a terrible situation. But in light of that, we have announced this afternoon that tomorrow we will be holding a national press conference here in LA at a location that has been sent to the press. And we expect a very great turnout. During this press conference, Tory's attorneys will lay out the new, pretty large evidence that proves Tory Lanez's innocence. And Gianna Caldwell from Fox News, myself, as Tory's father, tomorrow all of us will
see, and that's the thing though. It's like it's some strange shit going on, right? For one, it just show how flawed the legal system or justice system
attorneys have laid out.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear dude's story, but he kind of threw me off with that. He called Tehachapi State Prison.
Yeah, he tried to make his sound like he's so.
Yeah, you can't call no fucking prison and get no information about CDC incidents. Bro, I done did 10 years in fucking CDC. You feel what I'm saying? You not calling CDC from the street and getting no information like that. Let me tell you something, bro. When we have riots in jail and shit like that, your family can't call and get no fucking information. Your own fucking family can't call and get no information about what happened.
You on lockdown.
You feel what I'm saying?
You ain't got no phone access.
No, but it ain't even no phone access. CDC don't disclose the information. They don't disclose the information to the public on incidents that happen behind their walls, not unless it's a major incident like this. Believe this, bro, believe this. He not gonna be able to call up to no prison and his ass not have no major checkable media credentials, ABC, NBC, something like that. You feel what I'm saying?
They still wouldn't give him the information because that's a security violation.
Yeah, it's also a security violation to say that. That puts that dude's wife in jeopardy. You feel what I'm saying? They would put that dude's wife in jeopardy, you know what I'm saying, and all that different stuff. So I don't believe that story whatsoever, bro. I don't believe that story of Tory Lanez feeling the need to go to the visiting room and flirt with a motherfucker's wife, number one. Number two, I find it hard for a motherfucker who's been in jail as long as he has, who's doing life for child molestation and murder. See, that's what, and I noticed that they keep leaving that out. You know what I'm saying? Like why the essay ain't.
Where did he get this badass wife from? If he locked up and for all that.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. But here's my thing, bro. That is a PC yard. Understand? Protective custody. That's where you're gonna get the least information from. Number one. Number two, why is it that he just basically trying to save face for the Hispanics? Because you're not saying that what that dude is, he convicted for double murder. No, he caught a murder while he was in fucking jail. His first murder is on a 13-year-old girl that he got convicted of murder and child molestation. That's why he's on the PC yard. And that's what they not explaining. They trying to make it seem like he just a solid dude. Tell why he on the PC yard. And then you will know if you got a jailhouse murder, you got a jailhouse murder. I don't know how much you get in a motherfucking visit any motherfucking way when you got a jailhouse fucking murder. You murdered another fucking inmate. You don't get regular privileges to hit visits and all that shit when you unmurdered another inmate.
What y'all think about the timing of all of this? Him getting stabbed and them coming out with the statement on
this is what let me say this, Reem, real quick. This is what I think. I think that the powers that be knew that this new evidence was about to come out, and this was a hit to get Tory Lanez killed in prison. Because they know when this comes out, he's probably going to be let free, and it's going to be hell to pay. But if he's no longer standing and it comes out, then, you know, oh well. So what we have to do as black men, and black women, and black men, and black men,
yeah,
and black women.
That allegedly.
Hold on, let me say this real quick. And black women, if you say you love the black man, ride for justice. If you know this 6 foot bitch lied and got somebody put in prison, and you know she's dead wrong, and this man almost lost his life, stand up for wrong. Just like we stand up for y'all, stand up for us. Black men, we have to come together. If we have to sign a petition to get this man out, we have to do whatever we have to do to get him out and make sure they go in. That's what I'm on. Make sure he's out and they go in. Make sure he's out and make sure they go in. And I'll stand on that.
I was away from the hit thing for a minute when I first heard about it, because the first thing I said is Jay-Z does not have no juice in the California prison system. If this had happened in New York, I would have thought that. If this had happened maybe someplace in the
California prison system.
No, that's what I'm saying. He don't have no juice in the California prison system.
But why would you think he not have juice in the California prison system?
Now, why?
Yeah, why would you think he would have no juice?
Because I'm a former California inmate, and you don't that we don't operate like that. That's why.
I got $1 billion. I got juice anywhere I put that shit.
Listen, let me tell you something, bro. I was on the yard with rich ass Harry O. I was on the yard with Big U. We was all on the same yard, along with Black Dog from 111. I was along with Boss Man Bill.
What that mean though?
No, what I'm saying is these is dudes who was giants, who had that type of money, and they was in there on the yard, and they couldn't control the yard or buy niggas off like that. Because motherfuckers, especially when you doing some life shit or some shit like that, it's different principles up in there. Motherfuckers don't operate by the code of ethics of money up in there. You can only spend $140 on your books, period. No matter how much money you got, you only spend $140 every month.
I'm a call cap on that.
Hold on.
See,
I done been to Victorville. I done been to Victorville. I done been.
I'm in Victorville right now. Victorville is a federal prison. That's not a state prison.
Yes,
that's Victorville.
It's a California prison, and it's run by California rules.
No, feds and state. That's it. Feds and state.
Listen, bro.
Serranos, right? That's why Northerners don't be on Victorville yards, because it's still Cali politics.
Bro, let me tell you something. Listen, bro. You can't.
You don't understand.
I hate. Listen, this is what I don't. No offense to you. No offense. No offense to you, bro. Let me tell you something. I'm 52 years old, bro. I've been in and out the California prison system since I was 12 years old. Okay, don't take it the wrong way, but I'm not gonna let no motherfucker tell me where I spent the majority of my life at. Tell me about the rules that go on in there. Federal rules and California prison rules are totally different. We don't fuck with the niggas in the feds. I'm gonna tell you that off the bat. We think feds time is soft niggas. State time is where it go there. I'm a Pelican Bay baby. Okay, I was in Pelican Bay at 18 fucking years old. That's where I paroled from. Feel what I'm saying? And we think Fed time is soft time. Y'all get it easy. Y'all get big meals. Y'all get the soft it. Y'all get all this old shit. That ain't state time. State time, we operate by totally fucking different politics than the feds. Our politicking is totally different. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all deal with niggas from different states and all that shit. Nigga, you don't talk to no nigga from no other state. You come to the state, we don't give a fuck about where you from. You ain't from my motherfucking hood. You ain't got nothing coming. My nigga, We represent our hoods out here. We don't represent the state where we from. You feel what I'm saying? And we don't fuck with in the state. You don't fuck with other motherfuckers except your hood and your fucking clique, where you was born and raised at, your hood. You feel what I'm saying? Outside of that, we have prison politics, you know what I'm saying, which is basically have died off as far as black prison politics. There is no more CCO. There is no more BGF. There is no more black prison gangs in black prison. We don't have shot callers and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We deal in an operation. A nigga can't tell me what to do. You feel what I'm saying? If you ain't for my motherfucker,
it's still 4 and 5. It's still 4 and 5. It's still Usalama out there, bro. It's still 4 and 5 and hella Usalama out there.
The majority of prison gangs are non-existent.
You saying a nigga with money can't pay a nigga that's doing time, that's doing life, that don't got no money, no means.
What I'm saying is it's hard for you to contact a PC fucking Serranio that's doing double motherfucking murder. You murder on a motherfucking inmate and murder on a child. You feel what I'm saying? That is. Then you talking about a conspiracy, talking about that's going through the correctional officers. You talking about a conspiracy that would go all the way up the ranks through the California prison system like that. And I just don't see Jay-Z having that power. I don't see Jay-Z being that dumb either.
I don't see him being that dumb. I don't see him being that dumb.
In today's technology, I can't see him being that dumb to where he would put everything that he's built at jeopardy for Megan the motherfucking Stallion, bro. So for Megan the Stallion, the whole face. That ain't even his motherfucking wife. You feel what I'm saying? All that that's what that would be. That would be having this man knocked down to save Megan the Stallion's face.
That's not the plot twist that I'm on. I don't think Jay-Z would have something to do with the hit. Or niggas know everybody, bro. Niggas is connected. I know I've known Yuck since what, 2002, 2003, right? I'm an East Coast nigga, right? Niggas go back and forth with coast, with niggas from the street. Jay-Z been in the game, been getting money. He could be connected if he wanted to be connected. That's my point. Not saying that he has anything to do with that. At the end of the day, I look at it like this. Nigga stabbed a nigga 14 times. What the fuck he stabbed him with? A fucking staple? Because you stab a nigga 14 times. If you hit him with
a makeshift knife. In CDC, the most probably what it was a shaved down toothbrush, bro. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it's only one of two things. Most likely it's a shaved down toothbrush. We get the little plastic yellow toothbrushes like this that's about this big, bro. You know what I'm saying? And what we mostly do is sit there and just, when we go to the yard and get a chance to, you continue to scrape them motherfuckers on the yard until you get a sharp point on them motherfuckers. You're not getting.
We know how to make shanks, different type of bone crushers.
But he on a PC yard. What I'm saying is he could have got some metal. He on a PC yard. So he could have had access to metal.
He could have had anything, right? My thing, I look at this time frame, right? You know you got the evidence. You know y'all about to put this shit out. You know you got somebody coming forward, right? I done seen niggas do some dumb shit, and I seen niggas do some dumb shit. And right? Sympathy-wise, if a nigga making a play and I know this nigga got life, he got nothing to lose. I can drop a bag on myself, nigga. Come stab me, nigga. Because when this shit drop, everybody's going to feel sympathy for me. Don't hit nothing crazy, because all you stab me with is I'm going to take this little bullshit stab because it ain't nothing. You ain't got no bone crusher. You not
he had two lungs collapse. Two lungs collapse. What are you talking about?
Now listen.
He had two lungs collapse. No, listen, bro. The same day. He had two lungs collapse, and they said he did the same day.
I would lean more towards, bro. And this is just my personal. I believe that it's just divine intervention, bro.
Okay.
I honestly believe that. I believe that Tory is a God-fearing person. I believe that what he just went through was him. What we sow what we reap. I believe that was him in part paying a consequence and a debt that he had to the universe before the universe was about to set him free and let him walk. You feel what I'm saying? Because at times, and this is my spirituality, I go back to the story of Yahshua. You feel what I'm saying? And him being sacrificed for the remission of our sins. And we all know that when you become to a certain spiritual place, and certain times you got to make sacrifices. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that him going through that is going to be a serious, that him coming close to losing his life while he was already having his life taken away from him, by having his freedom taken away from him. You feel what I'm saying? Because according to news reports, his ego has remained the same. He didn't humble himself. He was actually accused of harassing Megan Thee Stallion. He was still in there recording, making songs. If you listen to his album, there was no humbleness in that album. I really think the universe hit him with some humbleness right now before things change in his favor. And I think the universe timed this to happen at this particular time in order to set him free. And when he becomes free, I really believe he's going to move different and have a different outlook on how he looks at life and how he deals with his spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? Because
Chris
they
Brown,
said,
not the country, right? Chris Brown is what Tory Lanez said was one of the only niggas that supported him throughout this whole Megan Thee Stallion shit too, right? And they just locked his ass up from some shit from 2 years ago, right? I just don't be on the coincidence type shit, like, and I know how niggas plot.
See, but here the thing is, this. See, I don't be on the coincidence thing, but I don't see, like, even going back to listening to the dude from QC. You know what I'm saying? Who was on the Megan Thee Stallion's label, who left the label. You know what I'm saying? Even he has doubts about Megan Thee Stallion is not all. You got to remember, this is Megan Thee Stallion. This is not fucking what's her name? Katy Perry. This is not Taylor Swift, bro. You feel what I'm saying? You talking about an establishment of white fucking justice system that conspires with hip hop, so-called pro-black Jay-Z to kill Tory Lanez, lock Chris Brown up, all to save face and not make Megan Thee Stallion look like a liar.
When Diddy tried
telling me, wait, so no, listen. So you telling me that Megan Thee Stallion is generating that much income, even though her last shit just flopped, her last couple of shits just flopped. You telling me she's generating that much income for the powers that be, that they would put this whole conspiracy together to fucking kill Tory Lanez?
For him to go to jail.
To keep Megan wait, so to keep Megan, no. See, that was,
how far you gonna go to cover your crime?
I believe Tory Lanez made his mistake by having somebody recommend an attorney to him. That's where his mistake came from. And he got recommended attorney that ended up having past ties with Rock Nation. Her daughter actually sung background for Beyonce. You feel what I'm saying? The attorney. She also has a TV show that she used to have out, and she named that TV show Reasonable Doubt after Jay-Z's first album. Nobody knew this initially, and Tory didn't know this when he was recommended to hire this sister as his attorney. The same sister that advised him not to get on the stand for himself and proclaim his innocence. And when he was convicted, afterwards, the jurors said, they spoke that part of the reason we found him guilty is because he didn't get on the stand and ever tell his side of the story or defend himself or say he did not do it. But he did not do it up under the advice of his attorney, which is the reason he filed in the courts in the first place for the misrepresentation by his attorney, because his attorney already had ties to Rock Nation. So in that aspect, I do believe the conspiracy may run that deep, but that's the extent of it. You know what I'm saying? That's the extent of it. You got recommended somebody Now I know Jay-Z didn't recommend that attorney.
It don't matter if he never shot the person. He shouldn't be on trial.
Well, we know for a fact. We knew when he got convicted that he didn't shoot.
We knew.
Wait, the whole public knew that Tory Lanez DNA was not found on the gun. So we knew that when he got convicted. The world sat back and let him get convicted when they said in the court proceeding.
The world wasn't on the jurors like you so famously like to speak about, right? The world wasn't on.
No, they wasn't on the jurors, but nobody really raised a stink. Nobody really jumped in and cried injustice. When I'm talking about when I tell you the world, I mean the people like the Charlemagnes. I mean the people who are big in the media space as far as black media.
Because you got to remember when it first happened, all them jumped on to protect black women. You understand what I'm saying? So now, just like niggas like to do, once you jump on that bandwagon, niggas don't like to come off and seem like they was wrong. They want to right fight. So at the end of the day, he ain't shoot the broad, right? They know he ain't shoot the broad. They put Alex Spiro on the case, right? When have you heard that the state's case become a private attorney's case? When has a private attorney represented a case for the state?
Never.
Right? So Alex Spiro,
I know her.
Who was Jay-Z's lawyer, took over the case from the California state prosecutor to convict this nigga. Go look at the case. That's Megan Thee Stallion's lawyer. Go look at who Alex Spiro is.
He took over the prosecution.
He took over. He's the one that was questioning Tory Lanez. He was the one that presented the case.
So he was that was Megan's lawyer.
That was Megan's lawyer.
But it was Jay's ex-lawyer.
No, it's Jay's current lawyer, not ex-lawyer. He's the nigga that he paid a big bag to. He's the same nigga that got 21 Savage and them up out of there with that situation.
Okay.
That nigga retainer is 100 bands.
Oh shit. Okay. It sounds like, hey.
Now, see, that still sounds like local. That still sounds like local Rock Nation influence. That sounds like local Rock Nation influence.
If you knew that,
now they say that they now, dude.
Can I add something else? Can I add something else in the Rockefeller rabbit hole? You know the
Rock
stabber
Nation.
the Rock Nation rabbit hole. You know the stabber last name is Perez, right? They trying to connect that with the Perez chick.
Yeah, but Desiree and them is Dominican. That nigga's Mexican. That's not.
Yeah, they trying to connect that.
Wait, no, I heard he Mexican and something else. He's not just straight Mexican. That's what I heard. Wait, hold up, bro. If he got Dominican in him, wait, didn't they say that dude was mixed with? He not just Mexican, right? What's the guy's name?
Some Perez.
The one who accused.
And why would they put it there? Some Perez.
Tory Lanez attacker.
I said Tory ain't getting out.
His name is Santino Casio.
He ain't Perez.
It's Santino Casio.
Oh boy, niggas be looking for clicks and views like a motherfucker, man.
Nigga said that's Desiree Perez's cousin, long lost cousin from Dominico, Mexico. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go, y'all. Let's get to this shit, man.
Nigga that made a country up and some more shit.
Let's get to when the lawyers come out and talk that shit right quick. Let's get to that.
Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Ms. Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial. As such, he was in close proximity and he had privy to conversations she was having with her husband and others. Mr. James informed us he was not under a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement and was free to speak with Unite the People, and that he was doing it because his conscience would not let him not speak and leave a man in prison for something he did not do. Mr. James informed unite the people.
That's the bodyguard.
That he was a witness to the conversation Miss Harris had, where she stated she had the gun, she fired it 3 times. Mr. Peterson grabbed her arm and knocked it down, and the gun fired 2 more times. In essence, Mr. Peterson never shot anybody, never even touched that gun, never fired the gun. This statement aligns with the statement of the only non-party witness to the case, Mr. Sean Kelly, who at trial testified he saw 2 women fighting, 2 men break up the fight, 1 man grabbed the other one's arm. Gunshots came from the passenger side. Passenger side is where Miss Harris was sitting. This further iterates that Mr. Peterson did not shoot Miss Pete, did not shoot at Miss Pete, or did not assault Miss Pete. It's just another irregularity in a list of irregularities in this case. For example, there were 3 potential suspects in the car that night, and yet the only DNA sample was taken of Mr. Peterson, even though unknown DNA was found on the gun. Why wasn't Miss Harris's DNA taken? Or was it taken and the information simply never given to the defense? Why wasn't the driver of the car, Mr. Jaquan Smith's DNA taken? Or was it taken and again, simply not given to the defense?
She done got knocked up, bro, and stabbed 14 times. Well, Tory got himself stabbed, whistling and shit. Shouldn't have done that for sure. But we got Meg got locked up. Now we got Holly trying to basically damn near get it locked up, bro. We know Daryl ain't with it like that, man. Beating women.
Let's see what the cops got to say.
A few rumors because I've been asked to by my son, Daystar, aka Tory Lane. Number 1, Daystar does not have a drinking problem. He does not have a drinking problem, and that was not the reason why this situation happened. He was not out on the yard as it was about 6:30 in the morning, and cells were just opened for them to be able to go out to breakfast. On the Thursday prior to this incident, I was called.
That coincides with what the Mexican dude said.
Of the impending threat. And my family and I huddled and did what we always do. We prayed. We get together every single day and we.
So he said he called him and told him it was issues. You peep that?
Run that back?
Yeah.
He said he called him and told him. That's why he said they prayed. Let's go.
I was called by him and I was told of the impending threat. And my family and I huddled and did what we always do. We prayed. We get together every single day and we pray. Sometimes it is twice per day. Wherever we are in the world, at a certain time, we're on our phones and we are praying. We pray for him. We pray for you. Because our mandate is not about violence. We're not here for vendetta. We're not here for any of those things. My son, as I stood with him in the hospital room on the first day, my wife being present, said, "Dad, I'm not holding any animosity against this guy. I don't want to take any action against him. Whatever the system does, the system does. But that is his stance, and that is our stance." Might I go a little bit further? Because this will not be the first time I've said this publicly. I bear Megan Thee Stallion no ought at all. In fact, we have prayed for her on many occasions in our times of prayer. So this monster that Alex Spiro tried to create, and when I stood in the courtroom on that day and heard a corrupt prosecutor dismiss the fact that so many people, it was overwhelming the amount of people that sent letters to their office and were called to testify before the courts as they were considering sentence, which had already been decided. And the judge blatantly showed on that day that it really didn't matter what anybody said. It was supposed to be a forum in which it would be decided based on all the extenuating circumstances, etc. But it had already been decided behind closed doors. It's so funny that there is indeed a woman who has made it her life's mission to be the whip in the press or on the blogs. I'm not even going to call her name right now, but those who know. Everything that has to do with Tory Lanez, I believe that she is in some way compensated to spread these narratives. And so before the sentence was read in court, she already knew. That's really interesting to me.
You can just smell the railroad tracks in the courtroom.
Boy, that daddy need a motherfucking Oscar, Grammy.
He talking about Tasha K.
Yeah,
I bet you he talking about Tasha
What's
K.
going to happen, right? When Tory get out, right? when Tory get out, his dad probably gonna open up a church, right? If he don't got a church already. And these niggas,
that is a preacher.
But he gonna have one of the biggest churches and pushing Christianity in Tory Lanez, because justice, like the type of story that this shit is, right?
Oh,
you can't make this shit up. So
if Tory Lanez father at a church, I'm attending. He dope.
That's what I'm. Listen, that's why I say I really honestly believe there's some type of divine presence in all this. I don't believe that the stabbing was a conspiracy. I believe, because Tory Lanez said it himself. You know what I'm saying? He knew what was going on. He knew he was getting into it with dude. And the SA who called home said that him and Tory Lanez had words, and he had threatened Tory Lanez. When he went over to his boy, he said that he had threatened Tory Lanez, told him, I'm gonna tell that fool, I'm gonna take off on that fool, watch. You know what I'm saying? That fool, they was getting into it. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know the basis of what they was getting into it about. You know what I'm saying? It's only speculation until he say so his damn, you know what I'm saying? Until he say so his damn self what the actual reason him and dude got into it. Only them two know the real reason why they got into it. You feel what I'm saying? But it is kind of strange that Tory Lanez's immediate approach to his father was, I don't want to take no action against dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to let it go, whatever the case. And it makes me wonder if he does feel he brought that on himself in some form or fashion, or whatever action that might have happened that led up to the situation. I'm wondering if he's taking part responsibility for that, and that's the reason he's taking a stance of, I don't want no revenge, I don't want nobody to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let it go.
You making albums and shit and doing all this shit. You definitely making a spot hot too. I don't care if PCR or no PCR. You probably bring a hella attention to the institution. Niggas want to search shit if you got a cell phone. You know what I'm saying? They probably they blitzing all the time. You making this shit hot. Niggas can't even function in this motherfucker. Niggas probably just wanted you off the yard for real.
Yeah, that could have been the case. Any one of those reasons could be the case on why the actual incident happened. Again, I'm just taking it from the perspective of the coincidence of the timing of when it happened. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that because this evidence was getting ready to drop, or this evidence came about, that he was stabbed up or anything of that nature. I just believe it just happened to fall around the same time. And if that's the case, then that is definitely the universe at work doing its thing. And what, again, from the perspective of what you just said, what would be a better testimony for Tory Lanez to go through something like this and actually change his life, you know what I'm saying, and come out and start making banging music, but from a more toned down perspective.
That ain't gonna happen.
I'm saying?
That part ain't gonna happen.
Boy, this nigga Scarface now, nigga.
That nigga about to be the center.
Wait, hold on. Let me land. What I mean by that is having it doesn't have to be, when I mean toned down, I mean not so much tough guy type of attitude and demeanor he had. Tory Lanez had a lot of clashes with people as far as males in the industry that, you know what I'm saying, was a lot of physical talk, tough talk, you know what I'm saying, talk from a street perspective when that's not really his background. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's things
you can't,
like
hold
this.
on. I'm gonna stop you there, right? So I'm not gonna say that's not his background, even though his father's a preacher. He come up around wild Jamaican niggas that's wild both in Canada and Brooklyn. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's not like he not around that type of shit or be with that type of shit. I don't care if your pops and your peoples is Christians and they on that type of time. It don't necessarily make you a good Christian boy. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, no, I'm not saying he was, but I'm saying look at what he just said. I'm still looking at the statement he just made. You know what I'm saying? The humbleness in the statement that he just made, as far as the media story, the statement that he made to his pops right after suffering from that. Bro, it's one thing to be in the streets, turned the fuck up, and it's a whole nother thing to damn near lose your life while you out in the
His pops
streets.
could have made that shit up, nigga. His pops is a good speaker, and he could have made up the perfect speech, you know what I'm saying, to make the ball.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is good PR, nigga.
But peep this. I've been listening to both y'all talk y'all shit. Y'all both been giving good game, man. Let's rewind to what Bo Rock said. He said the universe came or karma came and you know, and answered. You know what I mean? So when my brother Reem is saying that, yo, you know what I mean? He his history, past history is he been in the streets with certain individuals and he probably got busy. You feel me? So when you say that the universe or karma came and visited him, you know, that lands in what Reem's saying, you know what I mean? So y'all both right, you know what I mean?
And I'm just saying that could be a possibility. I don't speak no facts. Yeah, I'm saying I just threw that out there as one of the many reasons that this might have happened. If the timing
But it had to come
at
from
the same
somewhere.
time.
If it came from somewhere, it comes from what Reem talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't human intervention, then it definitely was divine intervention. You know what I'm saying? There's only two type of interventions. You know what I'm
And
saying?
then the nigga, fuck that, he was cutting up in jail too. Like if what you said was true, also, he was getting on the Mexican boy. You know what I mean? They was going bumping heads like pit red nose pit bull.
They probably had a bunch of tough talk back. You know what I'm saying? He
working
probably was
out and
having
shit. You see, he was small on the album cover.
and he don't know. He probably don't. He's not familiar. Like you said, Canada and Brooklyn, California prison politics in the state is different than in other places.
PC.
Now when you on PC, one of the things that happens there is you have certain motherfuckers like this particular dude, you know what I'm saying, who feels that he only on PC because they put him there or because of the case. He's not on PC because he told or some shit like that, or that he punked out or anything like that. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to keep in mind, number one, you having a confrontation and back and forth with a motherfucker that's in there for double murder. So regardless if he's part of Serranio politics with the rest of the Serranios, regardless if he's not part of La MA politics with the rest of them, he probably still hold true to his own personal politics in his head. You feel what I'm saying? Because he ain't never went out in his mind like a sucker and did no snitching, no telling, or nothing like that. So he stand ground on his shit, which is probably how he caught his first institutional murder, because he has an institutional murder already up under his belt. So he probably stand on business up under his own fucking grounds, you know what I'm saying, of his own mind of prison politics, of I'm not finna let no black talk to me crazy like this. You know what I'm saying?
Let me add to that, right? Y'all both talk. You did time on the federal yard. You did time on the pen yard. I did time in PC, my nigga. Now we all saying everything but the common denominator, the COs. COs let shit go down if they got a problem with you, my nigga. I was on a PC yard and the COs let it go down on the nigga. And when it went down on the nigga, they put that, hold on. Let me tell my story. When it went down on that nigga, they put that nigga in the hole, not the nigga that did his thing. And it's, yeah. And then the nigga that once he got out the hole, 30 days later, he was like, yeah, let's sign a petition. Like, I ain't signing a motherfucking petition so they could blitz me. But I'm saying it's corruption. If the COs don't like you, either they gonna fuck with you or they let something happen to you. You know, and I done watched that shit happen and on the PC shit in LA on Celebrity Row.
Yeah, they would definitely let something happen. But according to the dude who called home, who was in the building with him, you know what I'm saying? He basically coincide and corroborate what Tory Pops is saying.
He could be chasing clout himself. You understand what I'm saying? He could be telling the story because he want his name a part of to be famous.
But
you understand what I'm saying?
Like he didn't drop. He didn't
like
drop
I
his
said,
name.
like I said, how
he
you
didn't drop.
don't
He
know?
didn't drop his.
Wait,
he didn't drop his name. He didn't drop his name. And number two, his phone call was an actual California prison system recorded phone call.
That's what I'm saying. But any nigga on
but what I'm saying, he didn't drop his. No,
listen,
he didn't drop it. He didn't drop his name. The dude who called in did not drop his name or his information. That's what I'm saying.
I heard the same thing you heard. I seen his picture.
Who? The dude that called in?
Remember when Yuck is talking about this dude that's saying the wife story, right? Me and you heard the same story from the.
Well, I'm not talking about the dude. I'm
talking about the dude that actually called from the jail. Because
yeah.
remember, he said the black dude tried to do something, and he said you don't want none of this because you know how it's going to go down.
Yeah,
he did say that, right?
Yeah.
So we heard the same conversation.
Yeah, and I can believe that. I can believe that. I can believe that. I can believe that he probably said that to probably like a former smoker or somebody like that, or some weak motherfucker that's on the PC yard also.
What I'm saying is,
say that to know.
He showed who on the platform that I seen it on. Dude showed his face. You understand what I'm saying? Saying I'm like I was there. This is how the shit went down at 7:20 in the morning or whatever. Right? He showed his face. Just like the dude that stabbed Tory Lanez. Whatever his purpose is, you know niggas are killing nigga for fame. At the end of the day, I'm doing life.
All day. I got forever.
I got forever. Can't nobody say nothing to me. I killed Tory Lanez in this bitch.
Boy, to stab that nigga that many times in the face and the head, all that shit. He was trying to get rid of that nigga. It wasn't no just a demonstration.
I honestly think Tory Lanez just got into it with a hitter. That's it. That's all.
Motherfucking hitter, man.
It ain't no big mystery. It ain't no big conspiracy. It ain't none of that. Tory Lanez don't know how he don't know how Serranios operate. He ain't never been in that environment. He new to that. I don't give a fuck what he did on the streets. He ain't never been in the California prison system environment. PC yard or not, there's still motherfuckers who try to uphold, and like you said, like somebody else said, they got gangs on the PC yard. You feel what I'm saying? So it's motherfuckers who still try to uphold and make themselves seem admirable, make themselves seem respectable, because regardless if you on a PC yard, when you in prison, you demand your respect. PCs demand their respect. Just because they PC don't mean they not a man. It don't mean they not a killer. It don't mean they not a motherfucking gangster, and it don't mean they not a motherfucking hitter. And I believe he just mouthed off with somebody that was a fucking hitter, and he felt that, oh, he my size, he's short like me. I've been putting my little muscles on, so if he want to get it on, I'll mop his little ass up.
This sound like something similar with Nip.
He talking to a motherfucker that'll stick his ass up. And that's what it was.
Now,
he thought he was finna get some get down fists, and that motherfucker told him I stab your ass the fuck up. And somebody told Tory, hey man, you fucking with the wrong motherfucker and whatnot. And that's when Tory called his pops. Like, man, I done got into it with this motherfucking essay up in here, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's gonna happen, you know what I'm saying? But it's supposed to crack off in the morning and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? When the door is racked and whatnot, it's supposed to be going down and whatnot. You uncalled your pops and told your pops, but you didn't come out your cell ready. You didn't come out your cell ready for war, which lets me know that nobody on that yard laced him up on how you supposed to react and be moving when you get into it with a motherfucker. When you step out your cell, you supposed to have a key to yourself in your pants or in your fucking pocket when you step out your cell. Let your cellie step out first. So because when you got into it with him, it don't matter. It don't matter if you know
all kinds of shit.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, if you know state politics, then you know when you had a clash with that motherfucker, and you know you finna get into it with a motherfucker. It's a certain way you move on the yard. It's a certain way you move when you step out your cell. It's a certain way you move when you go take a shower, because you know it can crack off at any minute, and at any given moment, a motherfucker might try to get you. You feel what I'm saying? And he was not prepared. He was not prepared, because if he was prepared, or if somebody would have prepared him, he would have had his own knife. Because I'm quite sure, and I know for a fact, there's a black on that yard that has made him a knife already too. If the yard is turned up like that, don't forget when Tory Lanez was on the phone recording, they had a riot in the background when he was recording a song for his album. A riot kicked off in the background. So it's already tension on that yard that he was on. between the blacks and the Mexicans, because the riot kicked off while he was on the phone recording for his album. That shit went viral. That shit was all over TMZ and everything. That while he was recording, the riot kicked off in the background, and he tried to keep recording until he had to get the fuck off the phone. You feel what I'm saying? So he was not properly laced on California prison politics and how you supposed to be moving when you get into it with a motherfucker up in here. And that right there makes me
saying
question.
that a Mexican or
No,
anybody
listen.
No, I'm
No,
talking
listen.
to the
And that makes me
comment.
question.
Bro, let me add to that. Let me add to that.
Let me just land real quick. That goes back to your point, though, bro, that you might be right that niggas was looking at him a certain type of way already. And he might have been making a spot hot already. Because as a former prisoner, I'm like, well, if he got into it with the Mexican and it was going on for days, why didn't nobody hit him with a kisu? Why didn't nobody lace him up on what he's supposed to be doing? Why wasn't nobody standing there as, okay, he getting into it with that motherfucker and we know that motherfucker hit her? You know what I'm saying? Why your celly ain't by you on some side like, okay, yeah, I'm with you, my nigga, and whatnot, to where you can get hit 14 times and he don't get hit one time. That means nobody retaliated and hit that Mexican while that Mexican was hitting Tory Lanez. You feel what I'm saying?
He ain't guaranteed to have no celly either. But yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, it's different. I don't know, man. They tell me LA County is like the pen, man. Like when I went to Rita in the Bay Area, man, you know, we get along with the Northaniels and shit. There wasn't no race wars and shit out there. I go to the county out here and it's race wars. I'm talking about real fucking Mexicans against the blacks, nigga, all day. I'm talking about race riots every day in the county. Like the Twin Towers, nigga, the real boys, the Twin Towers, nigga, riots, niggas locking down. You gotta fight motherfuckers. Like, it's crazy. The Mexicans is not fuck with the blacks at all. At all. I didn't know that until I got to LA. So, like Bo Rock was saying, more of the story, saying all that to say this is different fucking politics in Southern California. I don't know about Northern. You know, Northern, when I went to jail, was, you know, we was cool with everybody. Samoans, Chinese, everybody. We cool, everybody programming. Out here, nigga, Mexicans got they shit, blacks got they shit, whites got they shit, Asians got they, everybody on some racial program out here. And when it go down on one nigga, it's a whole racial riot between that nigga race and this nigga race, whoever got into it every time in a lockdown, period.
Every single time, and it's a lockdown. And I'm wondering why it was not no riot behind a Mexican stabbing a black. You feel what I'm saying? That it should
on the coast, on the coast it go down.
No, listen, bro. What I'm telling you is that even on the PC yard, and we seen it. We seen a riot, a race riot. They reported it on TMZ.
While Tory Lanez, what I'm saying is, he got
the yard is obviously the yard is obviously off lockdown since then, because
Southern California shit is segregated.
How else can dude make it to the phone and make a phone call and tell what happened? So they obviously not on lockdown.
What's they politics on lockdown? You come out for your shower, you get to use the phone real quick. What else?
Well, when it's a stabbing like that, you feel what I'm saying? And
when you're on lockdown, you get to use the phone.
Let me tell you. No, you don't. No, you don't. When it's a lockdown, the goon squad comes in.
No, you didn't. It's also 2025.
Listen. When it's a
when the last time you been to prison?
The last time I got out in 2003, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I got out in 2021. Right.
Okay. The last prison phone call I got was about a week ago. You feel what I'm saying?
The last prison phone call I got was today. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Not me, but no. Listen. Okay. I politic, bro. I'm being humble when I say this, but I politic for real. So I keep up. So let me tell you though, even on a PC yard in the California prison system, there is still gonna be that racial line, PC or not. When it comes to being attacked, we might talk to each other. We can borrow coffee from each other.
I get it.
But when it goes down,
specifically,
if it's a racial,
you jump in, it's gonna go up with everybody. We understand
and that's what I said. He must have said that to
so we saying
a
the
former
yard could be locked down right now.
It can't be locked down, or dude would not have been able to call from the prison to tell what happened. You don't
Why?
get
Since
phone
when?
call. You don't get
Nah,
phone calls on
you can get one phone call a day. You still could get one phone call in the shower a day, bro.
No, you don't. Who the fuck told you you get a phone call when the
Bro,
prison
that's
is on
only when
lockdown?
you in the fucking hole, bro. You in the hole, you don't get no phone calls, no access to nothing.
Listen,
Lockdown, you get to take a shower, and it's a phone in the fucking shower.
It's against the
Yuck
law.
mouth.
It's
Yuck
against
mouth.
the
You
law
talking about
to have
yuck
you on
mouth. You
24
talking
hour
about
lockdown.
hold up. You yuck mouth. Number one, you talking about in the county jail. Stop that, bro. There is no phone in the shower in the California state prison system. Okay. There's only phones in the day room. There's 4 phones in every day room. Okay. There's 4 phones for every day room. There's 5 buildings per yard, 5,000 inmates per prison. I can tell you how this shit break the fuck down, bro. Okay. I spent, like I said, the majority of my years.
You got me.
Okay.
You got me.
So when you're on lockdown in the California prison system, you get a shower once every 72 hours. You are only required when a prisoner is stabbed. Okay. It is mandatory that you go on lockdown if there is a reason to believe that there will be some repercussions or some retaliation behind it. Okay. The only reason these people can be off lockdown right now in order for that inmate to be able to call is because that was a one-on-one incident. It was not an incident that involved the blacks and the Hispanics. It was an incident that involved a black and a Hispanic. Now, with that being said, and with all that we just watched, I am leaning more towards what the essay said earlier on. It might be a case, because we don't know what they got into it about. It might be a case of him disrespecting that dude by flirting with his wife. And that right there is an absolute grounds for the blacks not to ride for what happened to you, and for yard and regular program to continue to go on. So I'm more
Let me
liable
ask you a question. I have a question for you, Bo. Based on California politics, right? If a Mexican dude got an issue with a black dude, right? Is the shot caller or whoever responsible on that side of the fence supposed to take care of that black dude? Can you go and get a green light, and can you put hands on my peoples regardless of whatever the incident is?
Wait, say it again.
Can a Mexican dude, right? How is Cali politics? If I have an issue with a Mexican dude, right, and I'm right? Do the Mexicans run the dude or take care of that business and handle that business on their own to prevent the riot?
It depends on what he's in the wrong about. It all depends on what he's in the wrong about. If he's in the wrong, if he's dead in the wrong and did something foul to you and broke what's called the prison rules, you know, the rules of prison, borrowed something and didn't pay you back, you feel what I'm saying? Some shit like that, then yeah, they're gonna handle that shit. They're gonna handle it before it even cracks off. You know what I'm saying? They'll deal with it themselves. Blacks, we don't do that. You feel what I'm saying? Because again, if you're not from my hood, you're not finna touch me. I'm from Long Beach. Come, I don't give a fuck how black you is or what your unit is. Come try to get me and watch what the rest of the Long Beach card do. To the blacks, to the Mexicans, to the Samoans, to whoever. Watch what the rest of the Long Beach
No,
card do.
I understand that, but
Long
Beach niggas could also run your ass up too, right?
You know what I'm saying? But they wouldn't though. They wouldn't though, not unless I'm in the wrong for something to where I violated the rules. You feel what I'm saying? And then they would do the same thing. The blacks wouldn't do it. My car would do it. You know what I'm saying? The Long Beach car would do it. They would do it themselves to discipline me. You feel what I'm saying? Now, in that particular case, now usually this has to happen. Allegedly, I'm gonna say allegedly, there's somebody who's given
network
the key.
in the building. Network tap in,
You know what I'm
nigga.
saying?
They also just had a race riot on May 2nd in that same prison, right?
Yeah. So listen, allegedly, when you every yard has somebody who's given the key. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the Mexicans, that person who's given the key, anything that the Mexicans do on that yard, it has to go through him. You feel what I'm saying? Before he can make a hit, it has to go through him. Now it makes me wonder, You know what I'm saying? It makes me wonder, again, on the PC yard, I've never been on a PC yard. I'm not sure if there's a person that holds the key on the PC yard. I don't know if they go by those exact politics within the Mexican card. Black people, we ain't never had a person that holds the key. You know what I'm saying? It used to be like that maybe back in the 70s and all that shit. But when gangs formed, there was no one black shot caller for all the blacks and all that old shit. You know what I'm saying? Every hood feel that we got our own
blacks
G.
politic amongst each other. This is what
you know what I'm
this
saying?
is what I meant when I said like being in California prisons, the politics is basically the same on the Fed yard. Because the politics, we don't have them politics on the East Coast. So in a federal prison on the West Coast, we have those politics. We don't.
Yeah,
we
I know
don't
they got them. I think they got them in Texas too, don't they?
Yeah,
they politic a lot in Texas, like a motherfucker.
In Texas and places like that, anywhere where you have these bigger races and shit like that, you got a level of politics. Every prison got some type of politics. But
wait, so they don't politic in New York?
We politic, but not to the extent of geography, affiliation, location, race is broken down in the system. Just like you said, in the black car, man, I'm from Long Beach. If it's a race ride, yeah, we all riding together. But if it's something separate, they from Long Beach, right? Y'all got where, like I said, North Daniels can't walk certain yards in California because they got issues with the Serenos. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's politics to where it's even the administration is facilitating the politics. You feel me?
Shit.
That's how. Think about a Cali yard. They not putting niggas. If a nigga from North Daniel get locked up in LA County, how the chances of him walking a yard in certain spots, it ain't gonna happen. They gonna automatically put him in PC.
Yeah, automatically.
He's a northerner. The administration
and not taking nothing from the North Daniels either. It's the same.
Yeah, not taking
nothing
from them. I know some solid North
If
Daniels.
Serenio got arrested, if a Serenio got arrested up there, you know what I'm saying, he immediately going to PC up there too.
But that's the thing.
North Daniels is fully with the shit. They fully
that's
with
the
the
thing.
shit.
I seen it on the Fed yard. I seen it when I went to Hurlong, how the North Daniels couldn't even walk Hurlong, which is a northern prison, because Serenos already got the yard. And they had 200 North Daniels in the box, just sitting there.
So what happens with the Dominicans, the Puerto Ricans, and I believe it's a large Cuban population in New York, right?
No, Cuban not so much, but a lot of these Spanish dudes they run on the black until they got convenient numbers, and they would have to be with some type of Not on the Fed side of things. You know what I'm saying? They
you got Latin Kings up there, so when the Kings get in the joint on the yard, they don't politic.
There's gang politics, but ain't no geographical politics. There's race politics everywhere, but it ain't no like, yo, you from such.
That's all we talking about, the race politics.
Yeah. No, you see what he just said. Like, I'm from Long Beach. So outside of my race,
yeah, we have. It gets
that's
down
the black card. That's the black card. We talking about the other different races.
You gotta listen. You listen to what he said. If I got into it with a Mexican and I was wrong, the black car or another black person from another car that's not Long Beach can't say nothing to me. Well, can't do nothing to me. I gotta be disciplined based on my geographical location. It's politics within the politics.
Nah, nigga,
exactly.
the pod bosses, man. If you hold on, man. Hold on, man. If you come in anywhere,
I'm trying to tell you,
come in anywhere, not programming, nigga. Somebody is gonna check your ass. Black.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If you go to the penitentiary, let me tell you something.
If I come in the pen, look. If I come in the pen tripping. And I get off the politics. They ain't gonna wait for a nigga from East Oakland to come check me, nigga. The people,
the fuck they is. When you get to the fuck they is. If your motherfucking ass, if there's a North card on that fucking yard, nigga, ain't no nigga from the South finna just go discipline no nigga from the North and think the North ain't finna take off. Nigga, the North from the blacks from the North, the 415, they taking off on anything you touch, anything that's from up north and you not from up north, my nigga. Don't tell me. I know for a fact. Nigga, yuck mouth, if you ever went to prison, nigga, your nigga couldn't know nigga from, and you did something.
I'm not
okay,
going.
I know you're not going, but I'm telling you, if you ever did and you was in a Lancaster prison, okay, or you in a prison where
I'm
there's a
not
North
getting out of
Guard,
pocket. I'm programming, first of all.
and you did something wrong, ain't no blacks can put their hands on you. The other blacks from LA and all that, they gonna go to the North Card and tell the North Card, hey, bro, your peoples is out of pocket, man. Y'all gotta go deal with that, bro. And then if they don't deal with it, listen. And then let me tell you,
you got pie bosses. You got pie bosses. You got tier bosses that the COs and the people get in contact. They tap in with them and they tell you how they want the program work. Period. COs talk them up. Okay, hey, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. He come bring the shit to the people. Hey, man, this day we're gonna do this. We're gonna woo, 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 woo. So with certain motherfuckers that they keep in contact with that got influence on the tier or on the yard, on the pie.
Let me tell you something.
In LA County,
boss,
I don't know about the pen.
I've been. Hey, listen. I spent 3 years in LA County Jail fighting a murder case, bro. Okay, and that was from LA County Jail to Waste. I started off in HOJJ. Okay. HOJJ, I was 17 years old, bro. They kept me in HOJJ till I was 18 years old, and they walked me across the street to the Men's County Jail, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And I sat in that motherfucker. As a juvenile first. I caught a juvenile case and sat in that motherfucker all the way till I turned fucking 18, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And then went through the county jail system fighting the case. Wayside, you know what I'm saying? HOJJ and the LA County Jail. LA County Jail politics are nowhere near what California State Prison politics are. LA County Jail is LA County Jail is a wild world within its fucking own. That is a sick, demented, own different prison system of its own. You feel what I'm saying? You
I was
can't
waiting for you to say that.
You can't no way.
They say LA County worse than the pen.
Let me tell you something, bro. The police, the goon squad in the LA County Jail, nigga, let me tell you what they used to do. They used to take you up. You talk that shit, nigga, they'll take your ass up to the 4th floor, nigga, and beat the fuck out you, then throw you down the elevator shaft. You feel what I'm saying? Let me tell you what they did to me. Okay? I'm up in there, me and my nigga Frosty from Harlem, you know what I'm saying? And my nigga Charlie Moe, we on 3600. You know what I'm saying? Now, at this time, it was not, we didn't allow no bloods to be on the main line. The bloods could only be inside the blood module. Okay,
you talking about Harlem, New York? Nah, I'm just fucking.
No, I'm talking about LA County Jail. So look, so the goon squad decide they finna integrate the main line. This is in 1998. They decide they finna integrate the motherfucking main. This ain't 98. Matter of fact, this is 89. Or was it 98? No, this is my first run. So this is like 90. Okay, so the goon squad decide they want to integrate the fucking main line. So we all kicking it on ourselves. I mean, we kicking out on the tiers and whatnot. They let you out on tiers where the phones is at and shit. And then we say, everybody lock it down. Everybody lock it down. Then we hear some marching. Boom, 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 boom. And it sounds like a whole army. We think it's the goon squad. It was them. They come walking in, but they come walking in with all the bloods from the blood module. They come marching them up in there. And they start assigning them cells and putting them in different cells. And so niggas is happy. Niggas like, this finna go down. This finna go down. This is finna be, it's right before dinner time. It's finna go the fuck down. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking nigga, they crack the motherfucker. Before the cells could crack, niggas start stabbing niggas up. You hear all type of cells. Hey, deputy. All down the tiers. You hear niggas hollering. Boom, 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 boom. Niggas is squabbling back. So they put us all in the hallway and sit us down. And this motherfucking Deputy King, I remember his fucking name. We had our hands behind our back and they made us put our knuckles flat like this on the ground. And this motherfucker come walking by and step on all our fingers. So I told the homie Frosty, I'm like, cuz if he come by and step on my fucking fingers again, cuz I'm getting up, I'm taking off, nigga. I'm taking off. So niggas like, okay, we gonna take off, nigga. He came by, stepped on, nigga. I jumped up and I downed Deputy King. Boom, 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 boom. Mix his ass real quick. When I mix him, Frosty jump up, mix the other deputy. Boom, 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 boom. We thinking everybody in the whole line finna jump up. No, everybody in the whole line don't jump up. You know what I'm saying? Only about 6 or 7 of us jump up. Nigga, we go to the hole. Nigga, let me tell you what they did to me, my nigga. Number one, by the grace of God, I got children. I was not supposed to have children. Okay, they told me I wasn't gonna never have children. These motherfuckers took me to the hole and they handcuffed me to the bars. You know what I'm saying? One motherfucker, let me show you. One motherfucker, they handcuffed me just like Jesus, like this, had my arms stretched out like this. And then one deputy grabbed one pants leg and pulled my leg apart, and the other deputy grabbed my other pants leg and they pulled my leg apart to where I was basically dangling on the thing. And then motherfuckers took turns kicking me in my nuts. You know what I'm saying? Until I actually passed out. When I woke up on the woman's side of the county jail on a gurney that they use for women to have babies. You know how they strap their legs up when they checking the women in the wall, that they lock their legs in? I was on one of them because my nuts was swole up to the size of a softball. You feel what I'm saying? And I pissed. I was pissing blood. I was pissing blood for damn near, I would say, about 4 days. You feel what I'm saying? Like they fucked me up. They beat me all the way to fuck up. Fuck me up, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And they told me I wasn't gonna never have no kids, no nothing. They told me I was that fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I end up getting out being blessed to have kids and all that. If that was CDC, let me tell you what the difference would have happened. Number one, if I would have jumped and took off on the motherfucking police, 9 times out of 10, everybody gonna move. Everybody gonna move if it's decided to do that. You feel what I'm saying? Because there was a decision made between all of us that it's gonna happen, and we taking off on the police.
Right.
One thing that never happened. You asked me about politics. Let me tell you what never happened and what you've never heard. You've never heard of a Serranio or the Black Hand taking off on the police. And you know why? That's because of whatever that dude name was, the Joe dude, the one they had in the movie. That was a story about in American Me. Remember that movie American Me? There was the white boy that was mixed with, he was Mexican and white. You feel what I'm saying? That was the dude best friend. That was actually a real person. That Mexican and white dude ended up becoming the head of the Mexican mafia. And this is why the white boys and the Mexicans end up clicking up in the California prison system because of him, because of Joe, because he was half white, he was half Mexican. But he also had made a little agreement with the police back in the days in the California CDC system that, you know what I'm saying, if they didn't bother him, he would make sure that they would never have to worry about being took off on by the Serranios. You feel what I'm saying? And you never hear about an incident. You have never heard about an incident in the California prison system, CDC, of the Mexicans taking off on the police. Any incident that you've heard, any incident that you've heard about in the prison system, way back from the 80s, from the 70s,
hold on. We got network in the building.
No,
network.
That's what I'm about to say. Look, Yuck, real quick. I want network to chime in on this real quick, right? Yuck, I need you to make a 1-minute clip of Bo getting crucified and promote that on the channel. You're gonna have hella clicks about how Bo got crucified.
When they did this.
They said they spread.
I'll do a little cartoon, do a little one AI cartoon.
They had me in the. No, I was in the X. You know what I'm saying? I was in the motherfucking X like this, hands spread out like this, and legs spread out just as far as my hands were, and each one deputy holding one pants leg and the other deputy holding the other pants leg, so I can't close my legs.
So they basically starfished your ass. That's fucked up.
Yeah, they starfished the motherfucker. Hey, but look, nigga, when I say, hey, listen, hey, no, let me tell you something that's crazy. My nigga Frosty that I told you took off with me, my nigga, let me tell you, I went through a whole few months, like damn near 7 months in the hospital side, getting better. 7 months, my nigga. I finally go back to the motherfucking main line. I'm sitting in the infirmary line of the main line. A nigga walked by me, said, "Hey, Bo Rock, what's up with it, cuz?" And I look at this nigga dead in his face from here all the way to walking over here and didn't know who the fuck it was. I'm like, what's up, my nigga? Who is you? That nigga said Frosty. Nigga, they had beat that nigga face deformed to where that nigga, when he healed up, he didn't even look like the same human being. Even as his face healed up. I did not recognize, and this was a nigga I knew for years.
Damn.
And that nigga walked, he was face to face with me, and I did not recognize who he was. They had beat his face into deformity like that, bro. Like they had actually fractured his whole little eye socket thing right here to where his cheekbone was like pushed in. You feel what I'm saying? Like, man, they did my nigga bad, man.
Yeah. LA County is a whole nother animal. That's why I was saying, man, the corrupt COs, my nigga, they get down, nigga. They ain't playing no games in LA County. They say LA County is worse than the
Yeah,
pen.
Rock Rain, what's happening, man?
What's happening?
What's up with you, man?
Oh man, another day like the other day, man. Blessings to all my people, man. Salute to my brethren, man.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How you feel about the shit, man?
Man, as far as the pen talk, brother, I was fortunate enough to not touch it. So I'm gonna keep my conversation real midget.
No, we talk about Tory Lanez, man. We talk about Tory Lanez and
the Tory Lanez
him getting stabbed hella times, and then we got to talk about politics and shit. We went way off the subject matter. How you feel about the Tory Lanez shit, man? You know what I mean? Do you think he was popping it too much, or you think that he was a victim? I mean, an innocent victim.
I mean, you may have people that look at that shit like, man, that's a black man. Motherfuckers was supposed to move. You may have motherfuckers that look at that shit like, nigga, you a Canadian, nigga. How we know you wasn't talking about Kendrick? I mean, it's a bunch of different ways a motherfucker could have went about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
nah, that man don't do the poetic Flacco and say it was a Kendrick.
Nigga said Drake put a hit on.
Nah. Listen.
Poetic Flacco said, man, Kendrick put a hit on him. That's
nah. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. That'd be the next thing to go viral, nigga. They could talk about it was Kendrick, nigga. That'd be crazy to get back at Drake.
You just slide past him like, "What's up, Crody?"
You should turn his TV off.
Turn the TV off, man. The boy looking like a shower head out there. I mean, speedy recovery to that man. You know what I'm saying? I feel for any black man that ain't violated children. You know what I'm saying? Having to go through something like that, man. I mean, you know, I can't do nothing but wish that brother a speedy recovery, man. But you'd figure he wouldn't even be in a situation to where, you know, that something like that can happen to him. I mean, if he's a celebrity and such, don't they got certain areas for celebrity, or is he just not that big of a celebrity to where?
No,
he's on a PCR.
PC. Nah, protective custody is protective custody. Now they got different. They got different prisons. You know what I'm saying? But I think because he has a violent case that involved a gun, he was not able to go to Vacaville. You know what I'm saying? He could have went to it's a level 1 yard outside of Vacaville. It's a bunch of level 1s he could have went to. You feel what I'm saying? But because of that particular use of a gun case and the violence in there, you feel what I'm saying? That doesn't allow him to go to that particular type of PC yard to where, you know, the type of shit Rick James was at. You feel what I'm saying? Or the type of shit Robert Downey Jr. was at. You feel what I'm saying? He can't go to that one, you know, or the type where they hold police officers at. You feel what I'm saying? He can't go to that one because of the gun, the involvement of the gun in his case. So he got sent to Tehachapi PC yard. You feel what I'm saying? Which is, you know, it's sort of like Mule Creek's PC yard. Mule Creek got a PC yard too.
Out there in Ion.
They used to be regular yards. You feel what I'm saying? And they turned into PC yards. You know, so when you have places that used to be a regular yard, this is crazy, the crazy psychology. When you have places that used to be regular yards and they turn them into PC yards, the PCs try to get on there and act like it's a regular yard. You feel what I'm saying? Versus a straight PC facility. Like I said, you go to Vacaville, you know what I'm saying? They're not politicking because Vacaville Medical Facility. You know what I'm saying? That's where they send the handicapped motherfuckers, the motherfuckers who missing limbs, the motherfuckers who in wheelchairs permanently, but they got to do life or they doing a lot of time. They go to the Vacaville facility. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the medical facility. That's also where they keep all the medical records for everybody in the California Department of Corrections. You feel what I'm saying? That's the medical thing. So they have a PC yard there. That PC yard is totally different. You got to be a good guy, nice time, non-violent crime to get over to that PC yard. That type of PC yard.
The dude that they saying stabbed him had murdered a 13-year-old. So he in PC because of that type of crime. So he wouldn't even be on another PC yard, and he caught a jailhouse killing. So he already violent. Or whatever it is.
Yeah, so they sent him to the violent. They sent Tory Lanez to the violent PC yard. Yeah, you know I'm saying, and that's because, like I said, he involved his case involved
not just a gun. It's a shooting.
I gotta be a fucked up feeling like, God damn, nigga, all I did was hit a motherfucker in the toe.
Nah, he ain't. Oh, so listen, the boy Jason Lee. The boy Jason Lee came out and said
yeah, that gotta even be even more fucked up feeling like, nigga, I'm sitting in this motherfucker poked up.
2 black women because he ain't want Kelsey to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? He stopped Megan from getting shot because and the crazy shit is he said he stopped her from getting shot. So was she shooting higher? And that's how the bitch foot got hit because he grabbed her hand or whatever he said in his story, and that's how the whole shit went down. But he got
the bodyguard said she got off 3 before Tory them intervened, and when the gun failed, the gun went off 2 more times.
Okay, so he stopped her from getting killed or whatever because she was trying to hit her ass. So if that's the situation, allegedly, so if she's trying to hit her,
and it was an argument. Not to cut you off, but it was an argument over both of them. Her finding out that Tory was fucking her friend in the car. That's why they was arguing.
Allegedly, he was fucking Kelsey first.
No, he was fucking Kelsey first. Kelsey got sick during COVID-19. Tory Lanez was doing what was it called, babe? Something radio, quarantine radio. You know what I'm saying? Radio. Yeah, and he started doing quarantine radio. Megan Thee Stallion got on quarantine radio, whatnot. Somehow he convinced her to come out to the house. You know what I'm saying? She came out to the house. They did the live quarantine radio and all that shit. And that nigga was beating them guts up. You know what I'm saying? But him and Kelsey was still supposed to be dealing with each other and fucking around with each other. You know what I'm saying? She was just, you know what I'm saying, supposedly sick and laid up. You know what I'm saying? Then supposedly he went back to fucking with Kelsey, you know what I'm saying? And it would dip on the side, on the low with Megan. You feel what I'm saying? And they both was keeping it from Kelsey that they was creeping. You know? And then when Kelsey tried to pull, I can imagine, see, they got kicked out of Kylie's house because Megan came back to Kylie's house tripping on some drunk shit about Tory finna fuck Kylie. Kylie was finna throw the pussy at Tory. You know what I'm saying? They was doing all they little flirting and shit. You know what I'm saying? He probably was finna turn up with what's her name? Kylie Jenner and motherfucking Kelsey ass. You know what I'm saying? Megan started acting drunk, belligerent. Kylie threw her motherfucking ass out. You know what I'm saying? She left, came back, supposedly told the rest of them, we all got to go, we leaving, and all this show shit. And I can only imagine Kelsey probably feeling some type of way, like, bitch, you on some bullshit, you know what I'm saying? You done fucked everything off, being drunk and all this old shit. You know what I'm saying? Whoop-de-whoop, and Megan probably, with her being drunk, like, bitch, you tripping over this nigga. Bitch, I been fucking this nigga anyway. And it went down.
There you go.
What? You what?
To let y'all know.
The bitches is drunk. They got that drink in their system. They probably was snorting powder or probably popped a couple of thizzles and they hella emotional. Bitch like, what? Bitch, you did what? You know what I'm saying? A big old argument. Squad will probably pursue. The truck got, oh, man, I got to pull this motherfucker over. I got to pull him. Y'all motherfuckers tripping. Oh, yo, I show you tripping, motherfucker. I show you tripping, bitch.
So see people, it don't only happen with niggas. Ladies do this shit too.
I got a question for y'all, right? Because I keep seeing people say, like, they trying to get Tory because he motherfucking did the NFT shit, and he said fuck the record labels and all that, right? And I definitely want Yuck perspective on that, with the record labels being basically defunct for a long time because of streaming. So it ain't the typical signing artist no more. The way that, so the record label's been kind of fucked up for a little while, at least the majors anyway. You know what I'm saying? That niggas been looking for straight distro. Niggas ain't really signing artist deals like that these days.
Right.
So why would the record labels be so mad when they done bought up all the streaming joints? You feel me? Why would the record labels that partner with YouTube and fucking Spotify and Apple Music or Tidal, you know, why would they be so mad when they still control streaming?
Well, you just answered the own question. Like they can't be both of them. They can't be broke and at the same time owning the streaming services and making all the money, because streaming services making way more money. See, now that's cap. When people say that the record companies are not making money, they making money hand over foot. They actually making more money than they were, but they make it seem like they're not because they're paying artists less. We used to get a penny, a point on an album was a penny. You feel what I'm saying? You would get 30 points on your album, 40 points on your album, or whatever the case may be. You feel what I'm saying? Now you turning around. Now I'm a correct. The only nigga that got 40 points is like, no, a point used to be 10 cents. It went down from 10 cents down to a penny. And with
but I know what it is. I'm just saying,
went down to 0.009% of a penny.
Points. Niggas used to get 12 points. Artists used to get 12 points. If you lit, get 15 to 20 points at the most. Now you talk Michael Jackson points when you say 40, and
that's when it was 10 cents a point. You know what I'm saying? You would get a 10 cent, you get 12 points. That's $1.20 off your album. Your album sold for $9.99. You got $1.20 per sale on the album. You feel what I'm saying? Then that shit dropped down to like a penny. And then that shit is at streaming services now to where you get 0.009% of a penny. That's what they paying out to artists. So record labels are making the same amount of money with the streaming services and all that, and they paying the artists less. So they really not making less money. What they're doing, they're moving.
So hold on. So with the 360 deals, right, which encompass the record labels using all their relationships to get you as a more household name or whatever it is, and get you more merch and invest in you and develop you as a whole brand rather than simply an artist. What they paying you off a record, right, versus the money that niggas is getting now off of having merch and having certain situations and being and doing sync in with songs and all that type of shit. You think artists is actually getting paid less today or more?
I know that for a fact that they're getting paid less. I know for a fact they're not getting nowhere near the money we was getting. Nowhere near the money we was getting.
Yep.
Nowhere near the money that we was getting.
So you think the new artist is getting less money than what y'all was getting back in the day?
Hell yeah.
For record sale,
I'm talking about overall, not per song, because the deals, the record deals, even though it's a loan, the record deals that niggas is getting today, right? The starting capital that you getting today is a quote unquote larger amount than what niggas
for your average artist, they getting way less than the average artist was back in the days. Now you have your exceptions to the rules, which is the Megan Thee Stallion, which is the Drake.
Average number, yup. What's an average artist? You talking about somebody's who don't got the biggest song? Like, let's take what's
somebody that could get a deal for like 100,000, 200,000 or something. That's an average artist. The big artists getting deals for millions of dollars. If you come out banging, let's say,
you gotta remember, you talking to me. I'm being a devil's advocate. I'm just acting like I'm ignorant. So if we talking about you getting 100,000 today, right? Or most artists today start at like 500,000. That's throwaway money. What was average niggas getting on a start out in 1998 to 2007?
Millions of dollars.
Well, yeah. Well, I started in 19. My record deal was signed in 1994. We signed a Def Jam in 1994. You feel what I'm saying?
How much?
And 200,000.
200,000. And what's the we? How many people is that? How many artists? How many is it a group?
Yeah, 3 of us.
All right, so 3
3
of
of
y'all
us.
spent
Now,
200,000, right? So
yep. Now,
today,
wait. Then we also our publishing deal at that time. What we got 150,000 from that. That was from EMI. You know what I'm saying? We got 150,000 deal on that. Now, that ain't see you talking about upfront money. You talking about signing money. We talking about record sales. You got to understand, we coming from an era of physical albums that was sold for $9.99 cash money, and we sold 500,000 to 1,000,000 copies of that. Not only that, you had an album, you had a single, you had a maxi single that they pushed, which was also sold as a cassette, an album, and a CD. You feel what I'm saying? So you generated way more. You generated money off your maxi single. You generated
Right.
money off your regular single. You generated money off your album. Also, you got BDS checks. BDS checks are the checks that you get for radio spins. Your BDS check. If there was no such thing as streaming, all these artists that's doing these streaming would be getting played on national radio, and they would be getting BDS checks. And your BDS checks, you getting more like 8, 9, 10%. You getting more like 8, 9 cent per radio spin than getting 0.009% of a penny when you get a stream, because that's what you get for streaming, 0.009% of a penny. So you're talking
Right.
about artists that was going to get 1 point. You go about artists getting 12 points on an album from getting $1.20 per album that's being sold for $9.99 cash money to an artist. Say for instance, Snoop got $45,000 for doing 1 billion streams at 0.0009%. That's why he left in the main streaming platform when he did and got with Radio FM. You feel what I'm saying? So if Snoop would have did 1 billion radio plays, that would have equaled close to about $2 to $3 million in BDS spins. That would have been like $2 to $3 million just in radio spin. So there's no way artists is getting more money as far as per album and what comes from an album. Now, this is the reason record companies introduced 360 deals. When we were signed, there was no such thing as a 360 deal. You're not getting none of my show money. All my show money is all to my pocket. All my movie money is all to my pocket. All my merch money is all to my pocket. All my modeling money, all to my pocket. My label don't get none of that. That's all me. It's all me,
I got a
100%.
question, right? I got a question. So since the record labels like, Universal is top down or whatever you want to call it, so the record labels 9 times out of 10 fuck with more sponsors and they have more relationship to get you sponsorship deals and whatnot, right? So they have a vested interest in getting those contracts for you because it's more money that they make. They got a vested interest in getting you more merch and partnerships and deals that artists typically, especially back then, didn't have the relationships to even get in those rooms and have them type of sponsorships.
Well, you know what? They changed the dynamic. They changed the dynamic of the game, bro. Let me tell you what they did. They decided, they went through emotion and they shut down all the black music departments in the industry. I don't know if you remember this or how old you are, but they went through a time period where they shut down all the black music departments in the industry. This is why Channel Live fell off. This is why Shaquille O'Neal lost his label Twizm. You feel what I'm saying? This is why a bunch of artists disappeared. A bunch of independent labels had disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Because they shut down the black music departments. You know what I'm saying? They had a meeting in the Cayman Islands, you know what I'm saying, which every record executive go to every Christmas holiday. All the top wigs that call the shots in the music industry, they vacation in the Cayman Islands every Christmas holiday. And it was decided back then that they would never allow another Suge Knight to be created in this music industry. They would never allow that again. And from that time period forward, they started putting together a plan to lessen and lessen the amount of wealth that artists would have access to. Genuine wealth off their records.
That's crazy.
Okay. If it wasn't for a brother named Steve Stout, who created United Masters, it's not the record labels who have these relationships. It's the brother Steve Stout. Steve Stout started off with Nas and all them and getting them situations.
I know who Steve Stout is.
Steve Stout started off back in the day. No, let me tell you what he did. He started off getting Nas and other artists like that deals for sponsorships with companies like Fila, Hennessy,
Reebok.
and Reebok, that they wasn't messing with rappers at first. He opened up that door for that. And when he did that, being that he is in with the record executives, you know what I'm saying, they was able to feed off that, and they start seeing like, okay, well, if the door is opening for these people to start really making money with all these other companies, and rappers in front of start getting sponsorship deals like NBA players and football players, then we need to figure out a way to start getting a piece of that money too, because that's going to be more money for them. That's going to be more money going back to the black community. That's going to be more money circulating around young guys out of the ghettos pockets, you know what I'm saying, who Lord knows might get into whatever the case may be. So what they did, they have this is why it's only been a chosen few that they let in that door, and they let go up the ladder to a certain status and continue to climb up that ladder. But it's not an open door, open ball game like it was when we got signed. You had NFL niggas that had labels, you had NBA niggas that had labels, you had D-boys that had labels. Every nigga had a label, you know what I'm saying, trying to be the next Death Row, you know what I'm saying, to be the next Bad Boy Records and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? They wanted that era.
I disagree with a lot of what you're saying, right? Steve Stout wrote a book called The Tanning of America, right? But he a Queens nigga. At the end of the day, Steve Stout did a lot of shit as far as brand partnerships. But when niggas was doing tours and the record labels was sending niggas out on tours or whatever they was financing, whatever situation is, you have a lot of sponsors, right? So those companies that sponsor those tours or want they shit advertised in connection to these artists, that's a form of a relationship. Steve Stout started in the record industry. He was working for these companies, right? He was a manager. He has a great relationship with niggas like Leo Cohen and the Russell Simmons and all these niggas. And
I do too. Lior,
yes.
Lior personally signed me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I talked to Kathy.
I don't believe you have a great relationship with Leo though, right? Because at the end of the day, you still nigga. So at the end of the
okay, well, okay, it's based on what you said. I consider a great relationship when I get out of prison. You send a limousine for me, you know what I'm saying? You send me a bunch of money, you send me a big old bottle of motherfucking Cristal and whatnot, and I get to leave. Wait, hold up. But I get to leave, you know what I'm saying? You call it nigga shit, but a nigga who just did 6 years, who just getting off doing a bid and coming home to nothing, you feel what I'm saying? And a motherfucker who I used to be signed to, making sure that I come home right and that I'm able to immediately go to Lawndale, California, and put a down payment on the
money that he owed you. He spent the money that he
wait.
owed you on putting you in a limo. You know what I'm saying? Like he spent your money that he
Bro,
owed
you don't. Hey, listen, let me tell you something. I dropped a song called Summertime in the LBC 30 years ago. My last royalty check for my mechanical royalties was $8,600 30 years later. Lior don't owe me a goddamn thing. I get $8,600 every royalty. No, listen. I dropped the song 30. I dropped the song 30 years ago, and I collect $8,600 every royalty period 30 years later off of one song. Lior don't owe me a goddamn thing.
Let me ask you a question, right? When Lior gave you a loan when he signed you?
Huh?
Did he give you a loan when you got signed? Did he give you upfront money?
Everything is a loan. It's called being recoupable. Any money that they give you, yes. I just answered that question for you when you asked what we got signed for.
Yeah, right. So, and Yuck, please tell us, man, I'm not no slouch with this business shit, right? So, let me
Let me reintroduce you, man. This Reem from G Unit, man. He was management with 50 when 50 first started, when he got the Dre and everything. He's part of the whole shit, and then they separated. You know what I mean? Period. So he's part of G Unit. He's part of 50 whole movement at the beginning.
I'm part of that
All
history.
the mixtapes, the whole shit.
I'm part of that history. So, but studying the game, right? Appreciate you.
Oh, I thought. Wait, hold on. I thought you was gonna give him a rundown on me too.
No. You gave me the rundown. You gave me the rundown. You've been telling.
Oh no, it's just not
right now. Network, help me out here, man.
No, I mean,
this is
I'm
Bo
a part
Rock.
of it.
This is Bo Rock from the legendary Dove Shack. Summertime in the LBC. It was signed to Def Jam Records. You know what I mean? Big time shit. One of the only niggas on the West Coast besides Warren G and Richie Rich to be signed to Def Jam. Let's make that clear. So he legendary also. Come up under the whole Dub, up under Warren G shit and Snoop shit, the whole family.
Snoop Dogg, work with Jam Master Jay. You know what I'm saying? Like
he's part of the whole family tree.
So
yeah, we part of the whole.
When I analyze the business, right? So when a nigga give you a loan and you recoup the loan, right?
Baby,
you recoup the loan and you recoup that loan on your business entity, right? So did Leo or Def Jam ever furnish that data publicly so you could have the access that you should benefit from repaying a loan?
Wait, explain that again.
If I pay off a loan, right, that data should be furnished, right? So one, I gave you a loan.
You mean do I have access to our statements as far as like what we recoup, when we actually recouped, and you know what I'm saying?
Did they report it?
Report it to who? To us?
To the credit bureaus, to the business credit bureaus.
No, because at that time, you know what I'm saying, we left Def
No, they
Jam
still don't. It don't got nothing to do with that. It's a practice that they have, right? Because if they do that type of shit, you won't need a record label for financing.
Oh, so I know what you saying. You saying report to the credit bureau that I paid off the $200,000 that they gave a motherfucker.
If I really fuck with you, right? I'm not giving you the spoils of bullshit and liquor and get right back to it. I'm actually teaching you the business game. I'm teaching you the structure of what it is that we do. You see what I'm saying? Nigga not giving you no real game on how financing work. You see what I'm saying? It's come enjoy life. You out of prison, my nigga. It's nigga shit. What Nori said Leo told him. Man, the nigga I did the little song, the grinding, the nigga invited me to the crib. The nigga said, come in here, look around. You like this shit? Yeah. Keep working, nigga. Make another hit like that. I invite you back here next year. Not that I show you how to get a crib like this, but keep working. I'll invite you back next year. You could keep coming to visit.
I never said that Leo was gonna, we was buddy the way he gonna sit down and give me the game like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we were connected to the point to where, when he do fly to California, you know what I'm saying, he come pick me up, you know what I'm saying, at the house and whatnot, and we actually, just go hang out and chop it up and go pick up Big John Pratt, you know what I'm saying, and we go out to have a bite to eat at Monty's, you know what I'm saying, and we chop some game, you know what I'm saying, about me how to become a lasting figure in this industry, you know what I'm saying, how to become an executive in this industry. Now, as far as tax talk and all that stuff, at that time when I was signed, bro, let me tell you, you come up in a different era than what we come up in. You know what I'm saying? When you come up in a different era of knowledge that fluctuates throughout the black community, that wasn't fluctuating throughout the black community, especially hip hop back then. So what no nigga talking about taxes with no niggas like Leo or no shit like that back then. What no niggas talking those numbers or shit like that back then. Nobody, because nobody knew that side of the game just
That's a lot.
You feel what I'm saying?
That's a lot. I'm not the 2015 era, the 2020 era.
Who was having those conversations about taxes and tax and reporting to the credit bureau?
niggas like Charles Fisher, bro. Before I went to federal prison and did my federal bid, niggas like Charles Fisher that was hipping niggas to fucking Bob Perry.
Well, I'm talking I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about who was sitting down with the Snoop Dogs, the LL Cool J's, who was sitting down with the Run DMCs, who was sitting down with the Warren G's, who was sitting down with the Yuck Mouths, the Dove Shacks, the Tupacs, you know what I'm saying, and having those conversations with us. We was running the game. You feel what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing hotter in the game than us at the time. Who was sitting down having that conversation with Biggie? Who was sitting down having that conversation with Craig Mack or Rakim or any of them? Wasn't nobody sitting down having that conversation.
Obviously,
they wasn't even having. Listen, they wasn't even having that conversation. They wasn't even having that conversation with Jam Master Jay.
Niggas like Russell, right? But obviously,
no. Listen, what I'm telling you, they wasn't even having that conversation. I fuck with Jam Master Jay. I fuck with Jam Master Jay kind of tight. You know what I'm saying? While we was on Def Jam, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, he took my motherfucker to the Q Club down in Queens back in the days. You know what I'm saying? Like I fuck with him like in the studio, like on some hood shit. You know what I'm saying? On some getting shermed out together type shit. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, on that level. And he was in with Russ and Lior, and he didn't even have that game, because if he would have had that game, you know what I'm saying, he would have been capitalizing more off of being in the position that he was in than having to deal with what he was dealing with. You feel what I'm saying? Back then, I'm telling you,
because niggas be ignorant, right? Niggas will give niggas the game, and niggas will tell you exactly what we doing, and niggas be like, man, I can't see it. I want to go do my own shit. I'm gonna get it in the street. I'm gonna get it.
Listen,
I'm gonna tap in what Bo Rock was saying. I'm gonna tap in what Bo Rock was saying, bro. Niggas didn't even know what to do with their money, let alone how to pay their bills, let alone how to balance their fucking bank checkbooks, nigga. Let alone how to, like, niggas didn't know how to do shit. We always young niggas.
Yeah.
We always young niggas fresh out our teams that got tens of thousands of dollars, my nigga, and had to make bank accounts. Niggas didn't even know how to file taxes, bro. Period.
None of that shit. That's why they come back, and that's why they was coming back and getting niggas like Jermaine Dupri and other niggas like that, because the game that you guys have now that you exercising, that game did not come from
but you keep saying this now shit, right? I'm not a 12-year-old. So
no, I'm not saying you a 12-year-old, bro. But what I'm saying is those executives, when you talk about Lior, when you talk about Russell, when you talk about Andre Harrell, when you talk about Kevin Lau, when you talk about Clive Davis, when you talk about Jimmy Iovine, when you talk about what was his name over at Priority? I forget his name.
Steve Stout and these niggas was managing these niggas from young and telling these niggas what to do. But Yuck, I want to ask you something. Did Jay Prince or anybody on his team give y'all advice on how to manage y'all funds?
Fuck no. He gave me advice on how to do the record bit. I mean, how to do the independent business,
right?
How to stack your funds. He didn't tell me to diversify shit, bro. I learned the game from hustlers, bro. Period. Niggas like 40, man. Don't buy a Benz before you buy a house, nigga. First time I got my money, I bought a house, nigga. Then I got a car.
I can't let you agree with this, man, when niggas like 40 told you what the business was. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he told me don't buy a Benz before you buy you a house.
But listen, bro, you asked about a distinct thing that I told you was not going around the music industry nowhere.
You said nobody was telling nobody. You
asked about a specific thing though. You asked about having a record company report to the credit bureau that you paid off your advance. Okay, that was something that was not talked about through the whole industry, bro. Nobody was giving nobody that game to use your advance to file with the credit bureau, bro.
And then one more thing. That would go with either the administrator of the budget or that would go with the record label. It wouldn't go to the artist. You know what I mean? It would go to the administrator, which is the record company, or the people that got the joint venture with the company. That type of shit won't even go down to the artist. Artists still fight for their fucking masters. Like, that shit wasn't told to us.
Listen, I'm not saying nobody told y'all this, right? But when we looking at the game, right? We looking at what's going on. I've been in the since a young nigga, and I've been in these meetings, and I'm watching crackers, Asians, whoever doing brand deals, and watching niggas slick get fucked on the low and not understand the simple math. You feel me? So when there is people, the niggas that I learned from as a young and being around it, the Charles Fishers, who was Nas' manager, who Nas didn't listen to, these niggas that's giving you the information. The problem is niggas don't listen. Niggas
Who is he giving it to? Who is he giving it to? Because the guy you just named, I never heard of him. I literally been in the industry 30 years, bro. Literally been in the industry 30 years, and I've never heard that name you just said, bro.
Okay.
And so, I actually know Nas, and I know that name that you mentioned.
His name.
So everybody don't have access to the same.
His name is not Bo. His name is Reem. But what I'm telling you is this, right?
What I'm saying is everybody don't. That's not.
You know what Nas? You know Bob Perry. You know Alan Grumblatt, right? You know those people, right?
Yep.
Charles Fisher done did plenty business with them niggas. Yuck, you know when we was doing business with them niggas, Charles Fisher is the person that came in and gave us the warning on what these crackers was fitting to try to do, right? And how the game was.
Right.
So, and he was an OG to the Steve Stouts. So, but as we watch.
But I didn't have access. I didn't have access to him, bro. That's what I'm saying. We didn't have access.
I'm not saying you had access to him.
There was no such thing as social media. So it wasn't like it was a platform to where people was putting out game like this. You feel what I'm saying? The only thing that we had back then when we came in the game was Kashif book, which they call the industry Bible. That's the only thing everybody read, the whole industry read, that was actually written about the ins and outs of the music business, which was Kashif book. There was no book from nobody else or none of these people when I was in the game and I was an active artist, and some of my constituents were actually active out here signing these big record deals, signing these big deals, getting the sponsorship with Nike, getting the sponsorship with Reebok and all these different things. We didn't have access to the knowledge that people have now that they have access to be able to share. You see how that particular incident you said, that brother walked in on y'all situation, was able to give you the game. Now, if he was Casper the Friendly Ghost and he was popping up in every nigga meeting in the industry during the 90s, then we would all have the same game that you have.
Because the story that I'm telling you is this, right? The other niggas in the room that he's telling it to did not listen, right?
I feel like my man said, more of the story, niggas mismanage their money. Let's take our ass to sleep. I got a flight tomorrow. I got a show in Reno. You know what I mean? I know Reem, your ass been up, nigga. It's got to be 6 in the morning out there, nigga. I salute you, my nigga.
I'm out here doing crystal meth or something, nigga. I've been up like for 3 days, nigga.
Where you at? Where you at in Reno?
You in Reno? Hey, Yuck, you in Reno tomorrow?
I'm in Reno tomorrow, yeah.
That's great. I'm in Reno August. I'm in Reno August 16th with Black Sea. It's a couple of people. It's RBL. I believe it's Afro too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we in Reno with Afro Man.
Okay. See, that's why I joined the show.
It's a motherfucking it's us, Afro Man, and Nappy Roots, nigga.
And Nappy Roots.
Nappy Roots at the Clown at the Globe Plaza J Resort.
You know what? That's the exact place hey, you know what? That's where we performing at.
Hey,
that's crazy. We at the same spot.
That's one of the newer. One of the newer casinos they just built not too long ago.
We in Chico, California on August 15th, and then on August 16th we in Reno. We leave straight from there and dip over there.
Okay. So y'all want to do some shout outs before y'all get up out of here?
Yeah, man. Y'all go to doveshack.com, man. The doveshack.com. Get your fly merch. You know what I'm saying? We got some of the hottest merch that, you know what I'm saying, that's out there right now. You know what I'm saying? Designed by myself. you know what I'm saying, along with my significant other, you know what I'm saying. This ain't, you know, we put a lot of work in ourselves. So this is custom stuff. You won't find, you know what I'm saying, no place else, and it's high quality. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you know, bro. You got on Fear of God right there. I see you with your Fear of God on. You know what I'm saying? I use the exact same manufacturer that your Fear of God is. I use the exact same. So my clothes is the same quality as Fear of God because me and Fear of God has the exact same manufacturer. You feel what I'm
Talk
saying?
your
So
shit.
yeah, go on and check us out. It's the doveshack.com. DOVESHACK.com. TheDoveshack.com. You know, summer is coming up. Get your summertime stuff, your summertime in the LBC gear too. It's our 30th anniversary. So holla at your boy, man.
Appreciate you, Bo Rock. Thanks for tapping in, my friend.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Hold on. Bring you back in. What you
Man.
say?
You back
What'd you
in?
say? What'd you say before you got up out of there?
I was saying safe travels to you, man, on your journey. You know what I'm saying? To go perform, rock that show. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the brothers, man. It was very informative speaking with you. I look forward to speaking with you and being able to pick your brain. You feel what I'm saying? Because you obviously have a lot of knowledge that I would love for you to share with me about this particular industry. You know, like I said, I've been in the game 30 years. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not claiming to know everything or know everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I always feel that I can learn something. I'm always willing to learn something new. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it could help me in my journey or be able to, I can pass it on and help some other brother in his journey through this entertainment business. So I would love to definitely connect with you, Mo, bro.
Most definitely.
Hey, Bo Rock. Now, don't get me wrong. I will say that Summertime in the LBC was a huge fucking hit. But we ain't gonna act like this is the Shack wasn't the shit. We ain't go,
you know
I'm
what?
just saying we ain't gonna act like There'll Come a Day wasn't the shit.
Hey, listen, check it out. You know when Warren G first gave me This Is a Shack, bro, you know at first I didn't like it, bro. You know what I'm
Get
saying?
the fuck out of here, man.
I didn't think it was I didn't think it was gangster enough. I wanted a gangster ass track. We wanted to be on something gangster. The desert, like we want something gangster. And you know what's crazy? The brothers that produced Summertime in the LBC is actually the ones that convinced us that Warren G beat, like that's hard, nigga. That drum, you know what I'm saying, nigga? That's like some marching band shit. Like nigga, ain't nobody ever did that. That dun 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 dun. And I'm like, oh, that shit tight. That shit, nigga, that shit hard as fuck. And you know what I'm saying? And we end up
I'm
jumping on
glad you
that
didn't
song,
ignore
man.
it. I'm glad you didn't
Yeah,
ignore it,
yes,
bro.
sir. Yes,
I
sir.
done went to the land a whole bunch of times on that song right there.
Man, you know, I always appreciate you that work, man. Yes, sir.
Facts, man.
Man, y'all brothers
Definitely,
have a good
man.
night, man. Peace to y'all, man, and peace to the guys,
Appreciate the
man.
dialogue, bro.
Salute, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yada.
Man, definitely Reem all the time. It's always a treat to hear your knowledge, man, and the insight that you possess on this game. I really appreciate it on behalf of all of the people that's out there listening live right now, or maybe on the replay. You feel me? Just the jewels that you drop every time is phenomenal, and more brothers like you need to be around. And you are highly valued and appreciated for that.
Appreciate that.
You feel me? For sure. Salute to the fire breathing dragon and the Gooch, the great name Gooch, excuse me. The whole team, Shaniqua, you know, Miss Mozzie OG, Lady Divinity Network, go there. You know what I'm saying? The whole motherfucking team, man.
What up?
Once again, another hit. I would have been here earlier, man, but I was waiting on you. I wasn't sure if you was going live today, Yuck, and I ended up getting one of them boss plates. As I said, that's why you ready to end this motherfucker. I get it, nigga. I was on that roasting rice and gravy and shit.
You feel me, bro? That's why I went live this whole week. I've been on boss plates, been laying my ass down like a carpet, nigga.
I didn't even make it to the
set up like
bedroom.
this, nigga, and I've been laid out on this couch, nigga, like
Hey,
laid out.
I didn't even make it to the bedroom, my nigga. I was laid out across this couch looking like a dead body, my nigga.
Like it's the body bag, nigga. I'm on this motherfucker 3 days in a row.
I'm looking like a corpse in this motherfucker.
Man, as soon as that nigga got poked up, I found out the information. I'm about to go live, nigga. The Diddy shit happened, about to go live.
Nah, I hit that nigga Gooch, bro. I told him to hit you. I'm like, man, this is going live on this shit, bro. It's a lot of shit shaking right now.
Shaking, bro. We still ain't covered everything, man, but we got through a lot, man. I appreciate you, network, as usual, man. Thanks for tapping
Absolutely,
in.
all the time, man.
On the latery, man. Late to the party, Marty. You still made it. Yeah, you still did your 1 2. You feel me?
And you do know that.
Yada, I appreciate you, brother.
Fellas, honey.
Yada.
Yuck, you said you got a domination and some Thug Lords projects coming soon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, bro, man. My nigga Domination is home, man. Hold on, my nigga Domination is home, man. Big shout out to Damo, man. Hey, I can't wait to get in the studio with that nigga. I know he got some shit, man. Welcome home to Domination, man. Real silverback gorilla shit, man. You feel me? Yeah, I'm loving it, man. How you feel?
I feel great. I want to see what he gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that time. You know what I mean, show and prove. So what's meant for you will be yours.
It's still SBG, my nigga. Y'all still rocking SBG? What we doing?
I mean, I got it tatted on me, so you know what I mean. I bled for this shit, so I don't know what everybody else doing. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm doing. You feel me? So
yeah, SBG, man, for sure, my G.
It's always gonna be that, but feed the wolves too. So
what y'all working on? Is it y'all working? Y'all in the lab working on some shit?
I'm just advising and you know what I'm saying, doing consultation and you know what I mean, letting people do what they do. The only thing I can do is give you the advice and see where you take it, whatever spin you put on it, whatever worked for you, you know. But he definitely working. You know what I'm saying? He definitely got some clothing coming. He definitely, you know, been sitting up for a while and ready to get to it. I really want to get him in them Benny the Butcher lanes and the rappers lanes, so people can see like how he smoked them tracks up. So definitely that type of energy. You know what I'm saying? Definitely need to get him back with you, Bo, all that type of shit.
You know, the quickest shit that's just blowing niggas up is freestyling over the hottest new song. Like whatever the hot song, the nigga freestyle and destroy it and film it. Oh yeah,
bro, that's what niggas been doing. Niggas been jacking for beats for that. I was just with Siobhan C out of San Diego. You know what I'm talking about? Siobhan C. Rap anyhow, like so I found a little spot for the law library out your way. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna tap and we gonna do that. And we should definitely put out what they said, the financial literacy and education for people in the industry, reading them contracts and how to utilize a contract, how to leverage a contract, because that shit is, you know, that's your IP. You know what I'm saying? Leveraging intellectual property and really understanding this game. So me and Yuck definitely gonna do a lot of that. Me and Yuck is making an agreement right now on doing that.
We bringing back the law library, nigga. Yeah. This nigga playing, man. We bringing back the law library, man. But
we bringing back the law library. You know what I'm saying? I had to fine tune some shit. You know what I'm saying? I got some real solid business strategies on how we gonna do this law library. So look out for the law library. I do have the nonprofit that's the law library as well. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely gonna work that system. How we gonna work that system? You know what I mean? And get to it like that. So definitely salute. Appreciate you, Yuck. Appreciate everybody in the chat, you know, for us having a dialogue. Shout out to Gooch. You know what I'm saying? Every time I get on here, Gooch be hopping off. Gooch stay on the joint, bro. It
No, his phone was tapping out. The nigga phone kept running out. Yeah,
phone tap, nigga. Don't tap phones around here.
It was great, good money. That nigga phone was burning out and shit, whatever, man. And then he had the mad matrix, you know what I mean, echo going on this shit. His phone was just fucking up tonight, man. He was saluting us in the chat, man. Keep the shit going. It's good dialogue. So salute to my twin, Gooch motherfucking Graham, man. We held it down for him. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely. But definitely,
give you a shout out. Give you a shout out.
Make sure you like and subscribe this Yuck Mouth channel. And Yuck's supposed to be giving out some packages and some prizes, you know what I'm saying, for levels of subscription. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
when you get,
man, you know what's happening, man.
K's and millions and all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's levels to this shit. Yuck needs
Max
to go
and PlayStations and money, man. I'm giving out hella shit. I just want to give back, but we got to level this shit up, period, man. Hit that motherfucker subscribe on the way out and them likes, period. Let's level this shit up.
Like, come back and comment on this shit after, because that shit drive too. You know what I mean?
And
Like,
share this shit. Share the
yeah,
knowledge.
definitely share it out. You know
Go
what I'm saying?
rock.
Share it on your social media pages. Yup, you got to use Opus Clip and chop this whole video up into content for social media because they make minute clips and all that, and they give the transcripts. So it's an AI tool. It's gonna get you. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna do a lot
I'm
of
about
work.
to send it to my editor, man. He about to chop this shit up, man. Get it right, and we gonna make a cartoon.
Definitely put your nigga put Bo Rock getting crucified by the police.
God, we got. Oh my
You know
God!
Because that shit
I'm doing
is
a cartoon of that immediately, man.
yeah, they gonna be like, because it speaks to social injustice in prison systems, which people feel like is a new thing. You know what I'm saying? In 2020, you know, in these years, people just getting aware of what actually go behind the wall and abuse that police and all them getting involved with. So that's, you know, we might laugh at this shit, but seriously, you know, that's an important thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Put the awareness out.
Shout out to my children, man. Shout out to my children, man. You know what I mean?
Shout out to the little
ones. Yeah, shout out to the twins and 3 and all them. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to kids, man.
Yeah, man. That's what keep us doing this shit, man. Oh, right.
They about to wake up and be on my ass. I'm about to go to sleep.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm right behind you, man. No Frank Ocean, no Diddy Bob. Have a good one, my G. Thanks for tapping in. Hey, and thank y'all for tapping in, man. Another episode of the motherfucking Wonder Twins. I'm about to deactivate and take my ass to sleepy sleep. I see y'all at the Glow tomorrow in Reno, man. Nappy Roots, motherfucking Afro Man, and the Loonies, man. It's gonna be a motherfucking movie, man. Show up and show out. Get your tickets while you can. My sister and my man. Hit the likes, hit the subscribe on the way out, man. It's smokealotrecords.com. Get all the merch to make your body work, man. Get the motherfucking DVDs, the albums, everything, man. When you order something from the website, we definitely send fan packs, you know what I mean? So not only would you get what you order, but you get extra shit, man. So we just bundle it up, man, and fan pack it up, autographs and all the shit, man. So when you fuck with me, man, you get the whole bundle, man. You ain't just getting a t-shirt. You ain't just getting the album. You getting a whole bundle for the shit, everything that I'm involved with. You feel me? But thank y'all for tapping in. Salute to all the mods, man, doing a motherfucking job. Shaniqua, nigga, everybody. Network, man. Salute to my twin, Goose, motherfucking great, man. We wouldn't do this shit, man. We couldn't activate without the twin himself, man. Get your phone right next time, Dynamite. You feel me? And I'm about to take my ass to sleep, man. Wonder Twins, Steve, motherfucking activate, man. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Y'all keep doing y'all thing. Keep supporting us. I appreciate y'all, man. Goes to great, nigga. Deactivate. Yada da. Oh, boy. The twins in this bitch. Bye-bye now. Those